You are listening to The Dragon Prince's Guardian, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Catherine Edwards. The Multiverse channel exists because of audience like you. Please support our work by subscribing to the channel and liking the video. It only takes a second to do, but your support will keep the multiverse stories reaching their audience for a long time. Thank you for taking the action. Now, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the story.
Chapter 1. New Earth, Distant Future. Alina tilted her head to watch the two glowing bullets flying as if in slow motion toward the two men's heads. She had practiced her two-handed shooting skill for years, but couldn't say she had ever perfected it. She would normally hit around 95% of the targets, but the remaining 5% bothered her. She holstered her two guns and punched a button on the wall. At the far end of the shooting range, the two dummy targets glowed in a neon green light, and her shooting score hovered in the air above the targets in a light green color. Her left-hand score was perfect, but her score from the right-hand gun wasn't so good. She had missed the head by 4 inches. The floating screen printed all kinds of statistics: her accuracy, her track record, her probability of hitting the target if she changed her shooting position, pose, arm movement, and even pressure on the trigger. She ignored them all. A miss was a miss. There was nothing more to it. She jiggled her right shoulder and felt a slight tingling in her collarbone. Perhaps Pukak was right. Amarak, the magic tribe she had grown up with and fought for, had won battles by the sheer strength of individuals, strength magnified by martial arts skills. Pukak disliked technology and weapons of mass destruction. But for Alina, the ultimate aim of engaging in a fight was to win, and her simple philosophy for winning was to do whatever it took to get the win. As long as the end was morally justifiable, she needn't worry about the means. She hadn't been raised to be righteous. She had been raised to serve and protect Amarak. Her ear pricked at a faint noise from outside her compartment. It sounded like someone, or something, was shuffling through the trash cans she knew were empty. Her compartment was one of a stack of 6 units right in the center of the city. It wasn't too shabby, and she'd gotten it at an affordable price. When she'd decided to buy the compartment, the deciding factor had been the extra basement where she could build her shooting room. In 2 steps, she sneaked out the side door. A human-like shadow was bent over, shuffling through her neighbor's trash can. "Hey!" she called out. The person jerked his head up and staggered a few steps back when he saw her. Then he turned around and dashed into a nearby alleyway. She raced after him. It wasn't much of a race because she caught up with him in no time. She grabbed him by the collar, pulling him up after he tripped and fell. He was taller than she was, but apart from that, there wasn't much in his body that would prevent her from breaking him in half with one swift move. He struggled in her grip. "Let me go," he cried. "I saw you at the market," she said. "I don't know what you're talking about." She pushed his face into the fence with one hand and used the other to keep him still. "What's your name?" "Don't have one." She slammed his face against the fence. "Ouch. Sam." "Okay, Sam. I saw you picking pockets at the market." "Hey, that's none of your business." "That's right. Otherwise you wouldn't be standing here. I'll break your neck if you go anywhere near my people." "Who are your people?" "You don't need to know. But I don't want to see you near the trash cans at my compartment again." "That's what happens when I don't pick pockets." "How old are you?" "It's none of your—" He looked at her raised eyebrow. 19. "A few years late. but better late than never."
"Late for what?"
"You can join Amarak." Sam stepped backward.
"No way."
He waved his hand in the air dismissively.
"I don't want that."
Then he walked away. "If you don't want it, why did you watch the open audition on the north side? If you don't want people to know, you either don't do it, or you erase the trace properly. The door stamp is still on the nape of your neck."
"Damn it."
Sam stood the neck of his jacket up to cover the mark.
"I'll never make the entry comp. I'll get killed."
"What?"
"Well, not literally, but you know."
He flexed his skinny arm muscles, or lack thereof.
"I'm not strong enough or big enough. I'll get squashed like a bug."
Alina pulled out a couple of credit tokens she had in her pocket. "Eating food from trash cans isn't going to help you get bigger and stronger. 1 credit for tonight's dinner, 1 for tomorrow's breakfast. In the afternoon, I want to see you working at the door of the Amarak, north side. I can give you some private training until I think you're ready for the entry comp."
"Who are you?"
"Alina McCabe."
"You're joking. You're the Alina McCabe?"
"It's the only name I have. I didn't think I was famous."
"You should hear what they say at the fighting ring."
"I'm too busy to listen to gossip. I'm not giving you these credits for free. I want them back in a week. With interest. So get working. I'll be calling Amarak North Side in the morning. They'll be expecting you." Sam looked at the shiny credit tokens in his palm.
"Why are you helping me?"
She looked him up and down, then shrugged. "Why the hell not?" She turned, planning to head back to her shooting room, when her communicator buzzed. "Yes, Pukak?"
"Alina, I need you at the south side. They found a body."
She lowered her voice, looking behind her to see if Sam had followed. He hadn't. "You mean the body?"
"No, other one."
"I'll be right there." She hung up the communicator and saw dust whirling up into the air in the distance. It must have come from one of the factories outside the city. The dirt must be thick, since she could see it from such a distance inside the transparent dome that protected the air inside the city. Amarak was the strongest private security agency in the city. If they lost the city, they would have to be stationed on the outskirts, out there in that whirling lump of dirt. Chapter 2. Polluted. That was the first impression Cadman had when he stepped out of the portal to New Earth. They called it New Earth, but it wasn't so much different than when he had been with Sedna in Greenland. He should have treasured every moment he'd had with her. He shook his head to escape his brooding mood. He couldn't afford that right now. Focus. He had to come to the future only to alter his past reality. One wrong move, and he'd be stuck in this future oblivion forever. He could still feel the sensation of the heat wave from the explosion, the one that had robbed him of his family, and the multiverse of the previous traces to the Scorpio Key. He had reminded himself every waking moment over the last month about the mission he had to fulfill by coming here. He was a commander with silver blood energy, a special source of energy that could destroy almost anything in its way. An important skill he had learned over the years was to control the energy so he could use its destructive power against those who deserved it. But he knew his disadvantage when coming to Earth from Udays, a faraway universe, and being on his own. His father had approved of his mission, but wouldn't have approved of the way he had approached it. Thus he had no military support. The injury his father had suffered from the explosion had limited his capacity to work for a few weeks, Udasian time. That means he'd have years on Earth to execute his plan. He stepped into a corporate transport, a hovering private car that was waiting for him. Inside, he was greeted by a computer screen that flashed a scanner beam at him and then faded away immediately once it recognized him. Apparently, asking for consent wasn't a part of the identification process on New Earth. There was definitely room for system improvement, but he had no attachment to Earth, neither the old one nor the new one, and he had his own problem to deal with. He punched the green start button on the control panel. As the car automatically departed the station and drove itself, he settled next to the window to look outside. He saw nothing but red dirt. The multiversal teleport terminal must be quite a distance from where people lived. After a while, the transport crossed a transparent dome that covered what looked like a city. It was similar to London, New York, and other places he had been to when he'd visited Earth before. But he didn't recognize any of the landmarks here, and the liquid map on the dashboard didn't show the shape or size of any of the countries. He could have done a more thorough investigation of the place before he came, but he had been using a rather shady source of information to get what he needed, so he was in and out of the databank too quickly to obtain anything more than the bare essentials. There it was, the LeBlanc headquarters in the center of the city, in a small but elusive area called Old Sydney. It was apparently a piece of what used to be Sydney, a city in Australia, if his memory served him right. Some of the landmark architecture had been preserved and treated like rare pieces of art in a museum. It was quite charming. The floor-to-ceiling steel door slid open as he approached. He noted that the lightweight steel his father had invented when he was a kid had been used for the office door. It looked just like any other door, but the properties of this steel could protect the people inside from a multiversal war of the worst kind. A stunning woman approached him. "Mr. LeBlanc, welcome." "Cadman, please," he said, and glanced at his wrist unit, which by that point had scanned and identified the woman as his executive secretary. "It's very nice to meet you, Leanne." "It's an honor to be at your service, Mr.—" She hesitated, then smiled graciously. "Cadman, the LeBlancs have never before sent a representative to this corner of the earth." "I'm happy to be here. We need to interact much more with our associated branches." She gestured to a smaller steel door, and he guessed his office was inside. "I have arranged everything you need inside," she said. "Your computer, your workstation. Also, food and beverages are there as well." "Food and beverage?" "Oh, I don't know about Midland London, but eating the wrong foods here can have nasty consequences, especially for out-of-towners. If you need more, I've programmed your contacts. Just call for service, and whatever you need will be delivered to you. Please don't wander around the city, especially in the unsavory areas, without a security escort." "I can take care of myself." "I'm more than sure you can, Cadman, but it's my top priority to make sure you're safe." "You seem so tense. You're making me feel unsafe already." "Really? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." "Leanne, I'm just joking. Relax."
"I'll try,"
she smiled. "Okay, just to make you feel better, I promise not to head into any bad parts of the city, okay? So what places are at the top of that list?"
"The north side."
"All right, north side it is." He grinned at her and was pleased to see her relax a bit more. But then her shoulders tensed up and her smile vanished.
"Mr. Tan,"
she whimpered and looked down. Cadman turned around. An intimidating man with a hard face and a scar along his left jawline approached, reaching his hand out for a handshake. "I'm Louis Tan." Cadman smiled. "The man in charge." Louis smiled. "Only when you're not here." To what do we owe a visit from the Midland London Central, Mr. LeBlanc? Don't worry. I won't be in your way for long. I guess that's where my temporary office is. He pointed at the steel door. Sure is. As permanent or temporary as you like it. Lewis gestured for Cadman to go ahead of him. Cadman turned and grinned at Leanne. I promise I'll only eat the food you recommend. Leanne smiled and then looked down when her eyes fell on Lewis. On the way into the office, Cadman quickly scanned the area for the layout, entry and exit points, and number of staff. I trust you received the memos, Mr. Tan? Yes, and I still don't understand them. The business here is doing well. Why do we need to take on Amarak's burdens? It's called a business extension. Look, Cadman, private secretary business isn't our thing. We're not into fistfights and gang business. But it can be lucrative if done the right way. That is, using advanced technology and weapons street gangs can't afford. And it's the LeBlanc's profits we're talking about here. Yes, but it's not a safe business. Are you suggesting we should start selling flowers? LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals is our strongest business line. Why deviate from that? Cadman smiled. You obviously haven't gotten the full picture of the takeover proposal, Mr. Tan. Amarak has two main businesses, and the private security business is a byproduct for me. I am interested in their natural medicine business, which is bankrupting them at the moment. How do you know that? Because I'm from Midland London. You don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Tan. If I turn Amarak's natural medicine business into a success, you'll keep your job doing whatever you do here. Mr. Tan nodded. I'll need to survey the area, along with the clinics, so I'm going to take a walk around. Where do you suggest I look first, Mr. Tan? Lewis Tan smiled. The north side. The north side it is. I'll let you know what I find. Mr. Tan nodded a goodbye and strode out of the office. Chapter 3. Alina walked into a small natural medicine clinic that Pukak managed and used as his office on the north side of the city. She knocked on the crooked office door, but there was no answer, so she pushed her way in. Pukak was the leader of the clan, a powerful mage with ultra-sensitive ears that could hear faint sounds even a mile away, and his light energy could burn the entire block of compartments. Well, that had been during his heyday. He was nearly retired now. Or if Alina understood him right, he could retire if he found a rightful successor for the clan. But he cared too much to let go. Pukak startled and jerked up from his chair. Don't you know how to knock, Alina? I did, but you seemed too busy sniffing your piles of paper to hear me. He rubbed at his temples and leaned back in his chair. She noted the bags under his eyes. He looked 10 years older than when she had seen him yesterday. Is everything okay? Apart from the 2 dead bodies? He shook his head and sighed. I have friends in the investigation business uptown, she said. They can help. What's the point, Alina? A thesis wants to ruin us. If they don't do it in one way, they'll find another. Pukak, we are the best in the business. There is nothing a bunch of scumbags on wheels like a thesis could do to threaten us. We are the best in the private security business, but not in natural medicine. A thesis is the second best at everything in the outskirt territories. I thought medicine was just a small business. Pukak shook his head. His eyes drooped, and with that the skin on his face sagged even more. It's small because I failed. With today's technology, People don't appreciate natural medicine anymore. She approached the table. She wanted to do something to comfort him, but she always felt awkward when it came to showing compassion. She could help with a fight. She could physically protect him. But she didn't know how to help when it came to his sentimental attachment to Amarak. "Have you given the successor role some more thought?" he asked. "No, I'm sorry." She shoved her hands in her pockets. "I'm not a mage." Pukak chuckled. "As if I didn't know that. Thank you for the reminder. I've been taking care of you since you were 16. You're my protege. Nobody says the successor has to be a mage. We elect by competition. And you are the best, Alina." "I'm only good at combat, Pukak. As you said, the business is more complicated than that. I don't think I'm fit for the role." He nodded. "If that's the only reason." "What do you mean?" "You're not an ordinary human. You know that, Alina." "I don't know that." "No human could have survived that car crash. Your parents did. When I pulled you out of the wreck, I swear to you, I saw your light go out for a moment and then return." "You told me that, and I don't have an explanation for you. Maybe it was a near-death experience, but it still doesn't make me anything different from how I was created." "You're absolutely right. But I'm an old mage. I have seen a lot of things you couldn't imagine. And I can see the dark energy in you. Something returned with you during that experience." "Yes, Pukak, you've said that several times. But I don't have any supernatural power. That much I know. The blow I took from the Ethesis thug the other week injured my right shoulder. I didn't get away unscathed. And if I'm ever in another car crash, I'm pretty sure you won't pull me out alive." All right. I won't push you. Anything new about the dead body?" She shook her head. "If the death toll rises, it will set the private security business on fire, Pukak. And it's not just the business. We can't let them kill our people. We have to stop Ethesis. We have the manpower." "We can't go to war with them for no reason. We have no evidence they have killed our men." "I can." "No, Elena. We can't afford to lose you. I don't approve of you going anywhere near Ethesis territories by yourself. If we fight them, we must be better prepared. They have the wheels, but we will have weapons." "It's about damn time." "Excuse me?" "I mean, it's only fair if we get more guns. Fist fighting against a motorbike gang won't do us any good." Pukak nodded. "I understand. We're skilled fighters, but yes, weapons help. But they cost money." He looked at her with eyes that told her she was about to hear something she didn't want to. "I've sold Amarak's business." She didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. "Our spiritual practice will stay the same. We'll still operate the same way. It's just that the financial matters and business practices will be handled by the LeBlanc Group." "The LeBlancs?" "The super uptown, living in the cloud with the gods LeBlancs?" Pukak chuckled. "They're not that exclusive. In fact, one of the LeBlancs handled the business purchase himself. He didn't even send his minions. He's coming here to do a site visitation." "You're kidding." "No, I'm not. The contract is still in the cooling off period, so we'd better behave, Alina. We need the money for the business. And I promise you, Amarak's spirit will stay the same. Nothing is going to change that. The LeBlancs aren't interested in our spiritual practice anyway. They vetted us carefully. I've done my homework, too. I'm sure you know what you're doing. But I can't do it without you. Now I need you to host the visit for me. Host? Me? What do you mean? Well, we have dirty laundry to hide, don't we? I'm not asking you to lie. All I'm asking is that you get them to see the negative aspects of the business in perspective. Got it. They heard a knock on the door. And here he is, Pukak muttered and stood up. The door is open. Alina turned around, and in front of her was a face that left her speechless. She had seen him before. For a week she had seen his face repeatedly in her dreams, dreams that woke her up in the middle of the night. Longish dark hair, strikingly haunting gray eyes, and a beautiful God-given face that didn't bear any mark of a hard life. He straightened his posture after bending over to get through the low doorway. "Hello," he said. She swiveled to his right side, reached her hand up, and stopped his head an inch before it hit the broken, low-hanging ceiling lamp. As she moved, the photos of the dead bodies she had just taken slid out of the folder in her hand and landed on the dirty floor in front of him. He glanced at the photos and looked at her, smiling. "Thank you. Cadman LeBlanc." He reached his hand out to shake hers. She shook his hand quickly and bent down to pick up the photos. Pukak wanted to walk around the table for a handshake, but there was no room, so he reached over and across it. Cadman advanced to the table to shake his hand. Pukak's elbow hit the pile of papers on his table, scattering them all over the floor. Photos, unpaid bills, an eviction notice from the building owner, complaint letters about water leakage from citizens living around a clinic in Midtown drifted all over the room. Alina scrambled on all fours to pick up as many pieces of paper as possible. Cadman crouched. "Let me help," he said. Pukak pushed his way to the front. Oh no, it's okay. I'll handle this, Alina," he said. "Please, take Mr. LeBlanc to visit the clinic in Midtown, the one that's open today." That means the one that doesn't have water leakage, she thought, and winked at Pukak. Cadman stood up. "Go, both of you. You're crowding my office." Pukak was all but pushing Cadman and Alina out of his office. "All right," Cadman said and turned to the door. Then he sneezed because of the dust, lost his balance, and hit his head on the low doorway on his way out. "Are you okay?" Alina asked. He rubbed his head and grinned. What a smile, she thought. "My father always told me I have a hard head." "You might, but still, competing with a doorframe isn't a good idea." "Totally agree." Before she could react, he slid his arm around her waist and guided her out. She felt like a true lady. "Now, is someone killing your men? Those dead men in the photos were Amarak fighters, right?" Chapter 4. The Beginning of Time. He picked up a shard of ice that shone a deep blood red. It wasn't just ice. It was frozen dragon blood. He glanced behind him and saw that Thunderchild was still sleeping soundly next to a large rock. It had taken them days to get here, and she was tired. He should give her a better name than Thunderchild, but he had no idea what to call her. He didn't even have a name for himself. People called him Keymaster because he made keys. Not just any keys. His keys unlock the sources of energy and power, unlock the doors between worlds. He considered himself an artist in the key-making business, and thus he didn't come cheap. If creatures in the multiverse needed his keys and couldn't afford them, they'd kill to get them. And to that extent, he knew he had indirectly created some chaos and casualties in the multiverse. But it was just business. He got paid to make keys. That was all he did. He couldn't control what people did with the products they had paid for. He couldn't even remember how many keys he had created. A few hundred, maybe? Some were more difficult to make than others. But this one might be the most difficult one. The Scorpio key. He chipped into the large piece of ice to break it into several shards that he could transport easily. The freezing conditions weren't ideal. He needed to get the ice back to his studio so that he could work. He went back to the child and tucked the cloak around her to keep her warm. He brushed aside the hair on her forehead. She was beautiful. She was a child born of angels, after all, and he wouldn't expect less when it came to her beauty. She must be 8 now, or maybe 7. He'd lost track of time. He had picked her up as an infant, sitting next to the dead body of her mother, clapping her little hands and flapping her tiny wings. Before he knew it, she had given him instructions on how to make some of the more difficult keys and had become a significant part of his life. And just now, she had showed him the way to the rock of dragon blood. He kept telling her she should go to the Daemon Gate, or go back to the angels, but she preferred to stay with him. She winced in her sleep, and he knew what was coming. He picked her up in his arms and clutched her tight.
"Come on, don't do that to yourself, child."
Her shoulders twisted, and her body shook. Tears rolled down her face. He held her tighter. Otherwise, she would clap her hands together, and the thunder would come. He had seen that before. Her thunder could devastate a mountain. Her nightmares came often, and it pained him as much as it tormented him. She never talked about it, but he knew she had seen what killed her parents, and it haunted her dreams. The older she grew, the more frequently the nightmares came, but if she wouldn't talk about it, there was nothing he could do for her. Her body shook for a while, then eased off. He lay her down and wiped the sweat from her beautiful young face.
"One day you will tell me what killed your parents, Thunder Child," he said.
Her eyes fluttered, and then opened. She smiled at him.
"Did you find the blood rock?"
"Yes, over there." She sat up and looked in the direction he pointed. A smile brightened her angelic face. She rushed toward the rock and traced her little fingers along the rough edges of the ice shards. She remembered nothing about the dream she just had, or how much she had shaken in his arms. She had no conscious recollection of her parents' violent death. Yet, in dreams, it came back to haunt her. Perhaps she remembered, but didn't let on. There had been so many times he'd wanted to ask her, but he had no clue when she would be old enough to handle such a conversation, so he always let the thought go. She turned around and smiled at him.
"Bloodstone."
She grinned again and raised her hands.
No, don't clap. You know you have a clapping disorder, don't you?"
She giggled and then put her hands down. He exhaled in relief and flopped down, leaning against the rock she had just slept next to. That was his eternal nightmare. He didn't know when one of her thunderstrikes would explode him right out of his immortal life. She shrugged, then picked up his hunting knife and used it to chip away at the rock. A thin stream of red liquid leaked out.
"Look, Keymaster,"
she pointed. He approached.
"Holy cow, the rock is bleeding. It's dragon blood," he said. "No, Keymaster, not dragon's blood. It's Scorpion. Scorpions don't have blood. It's King Scorpion's blood. He used to be a man.
He staggered back.
Are you sure? Is he in there? No, it was just his heart and his head. How do you know that? It comes to me in my dreams, Keymaster. Oh, those dreams. All right. As long as a giant scorpion isn't going to crawl out of that stone to bite me, I'm fine. I hate insects. I only need the rocks to make the key. I have no need for a bleeding heart. Let me chip away some more rocks, and then we'll leave for home. For the Scorpio key, you'll need some blood from the heart, too. How do you?
He stopped himself.
All right, knowledge from the dreams, right? But how long will it take me to chip away that giant rock to the heart of the scorpion? I'll do it for you. One strike.
She smiled graciously.
You'll just use any excuse to clap that thunder out of your little hands. Okay, don't pout. I'll let you do it. But let me find shelter first.
He scurried away to a nearby cave and crawled inside as deep as he could.
All right, I'm safe, he called.
He heard her giggle, and then an explosion of thunder that almost punctured his eardrums echoed through the air. Everything went quiet. He stepped outside and saw a massive hole in the ground. Thunderchild stood next to a neatly cut giant piece of bloodstone. She smiled at him.
Where are the heart and the head? He asked.
She pointed at the piece of icy red rock.
In there. It's all done for you, Keymaster.
Chapter 5. Sushi? Alina asked. Excuse me? Cadman turned toward her. He had been looking at the billboard hanging from a tall building, advertising exotic holiday deals to Nepalimbus. It fascinated him. Not the holiday deals, but the development of New Earth since the years he had known it. Nepalimbus had been a submarine dimension that was at war with humans. But if they were now organizing tours there, they must have made peace at some point. I asked if you're hungry. No, thank you. But I can wait if you need to eat. He chuckled on the inside, remembering how his secretary, Leanne, had warned him about food consumption. She smiled at him. I only need 5 minutes. She tapped a small device on her belt. I have to maintain a regular intake of necessary nutrition. There's no magic when it comes to strength and fitness. Then she walked across the road to what looked like a street food vendor. She must be a hell of a fighter, he thought. Her long and agile body glided across the street with ease. Her long hair was pulled back tightly into a braided ponytail that swung between her shoulders. He thought her hair to be flattering and flirty at times, but he was sure she didn't think about it that way. Her dress code and posture was combat-ready. He had seen it in some of his female commanders, and he knew enough to not mess around with him. The street looked just like Midtown New York. He had never been, but he had done a quick scan of the data and possible locations before embarking on this trip. Unfortunately, his data seemed to be quite outdated. In about 3 minutes, Alina came back to him. Done already? It wasn't exactly a 3-course lunch. Are there places that have such offers? She laughed. So you're hungry, but you're not quite into street food. I was told to be careful about what I eat. And you are absolutely right to do so. This is Midtown, so it's not too bad. But I'll take you to a place uptown, and then you can have whatever you need. She gestured ahead. The clinic is just around the corner. Thank you. As they walked toward the clinic, he discreetly turned on his Yude key, a special source of Udasian energy designed just for him. With that activated, he had access to a personal internal computer system that could perform various small tasks. He snapped a scan of the area and recorded the map. Then he turned off the system and switched it back to his normal operational mode. In normal mode, he had a human body with Udasian energy. He saw the clinic at the end of the small side road. It looked quite charming from the outside. Alina's communicator buzzed, and she picked it up. Then her face paled. "What is it, Alina?" "Just a problem with the security business. Given that's not what you're interested in, let's just take a look at the clinic, and then I'll take you back to where you're staying." "The call you just received, is it urgent?" He locked eyes with her to let her know he wouldn't like it if she withheld information from him. She nodded. "It's urgent, but your interest lies in the natural medicine clinic, so I'm paying for the whole lot, Alina. That includes the private security business as well. Not only do I need an answer now about what's just happened, but I also need answers from you about the dead men in the photos this morning. Pukak said you were going to leave your operation alone and only assist with financial matters." "No, what I said was, I'll leave your spiritual practice and beliefs alone. I know Amarak is a Mage operating organization. I respect that, but I'll handle any operational matter that has financial implications. And I'm guessing having your man die in the line of duty has an implication for the private security business. Am I correct?" She looked at him, hesitating. "Have you seen a dead body before?" He'd been to battles before. He had no idea how many thousands of space creatures he had killed. Cadman's face remained stoic as he said, "No, but I'm educated. I have medical knowledge, and I can handle seeing dead bodies. So, what was the call about?" Alina waved her arms in the air in frustration. "Pukak won't like this." "If you want my money in the business, I need to know everything about it. Otherwise, I'm out." She sighed. "It's a client. His son has just been found dead. We provide a private security service, and a client's son is dead, and you didn't think it was in my best interest to know? Well, you know now. Have you called the authorities?" "I just found out about it now. I haven't called Pukak, but you're the authority now." She paced back and forth in agitation. "Give me a minute." He turned away, pretending to think, and discreetly switched on his microcomputer again. He searched for general information about New Earth in his current location at the current time. The command was simple, and he didn't think there was any danger of overloading the microchip. Instantly, a stream of information appeared in his mind's eye. He scanned the information. Then he switched it off and turned back to look at Alina. He didn't know what to say. This was New Earth, 2999. There was no government or authority of any kind here. Commerce operated on total freedom of supply and demand. People hired private security for protection. The people were the authority over themselves. He didn't know he had traveled so far into the future Earth. But that was beside the point. The system had calculated that the Scorpio Key was here. At this time, and in this location, now called New Earth. "Cadman?" "Yes." "What's your decision?" "If you take the business, then you're the one in charge." "Right. We'll have to see the dead body first and talk to the client. The father must be devastated." Alina shook her head. "You mean he doesn't care?" he asked. She looked at him, and he could see an ocean of sadness in those deep emerald eyes. She bit her lips lightly. He figured that was to prevent unwanted tears. "Tony is 17, and he could have done a lot better if not for the scumbag he calls a brother." His father is on his deathbed, and his wealth has been distributed evenly between his 2 sons. Tony's money is with a financial guardian until he's 18. His father, when he was still conscious, hired us to protect Tony. See what he's got in his son?" A tear rolled down her face, and she wiped it off quickly. Cadman tried to touch her shoulder in comfort, but she shrugged him off. "So to answer your question, no, his father won't feel any pain. He's in a coma now, waiting to die. As for the money, we'll lose it because his brother will take the business to a thesis. I don't care about the money. I don't care either, and not because it's not my money, but this is just the beginning. I told Pukak, a thesis will do whatever it takes to destroy us. I take it they're our competitor? Yes, and if they take over the city, it will be chaos. More than we've already seen." "How so?" "They worship Satan." Chapter 6. Alina didn't need to verify the security code at the door to enter Tony's residence. The young man was dead, and the door was wide open. Amarak had already sent people to investigate the cause of death and the potential killer. If they had found evidence, they had the authority to execute the killer. Ben, notepad in hand, approached from a side corridor. Ben was in his mid-30s and had been with Amarak since he was a teenager. Like many other young teens, he had joined to learn martial arts and survival techniques to protect himself. Then he began to conduct the business to protect others. Alina trusted him. "He's in the lunchroom. There's no trace of a wound, Alina." Ben glanced at Cadman and stopped talking. "This is Cadman LeBlanc. He's our new business owner." "What do you mean? You and Pukak won't be with us any longer?" Cadman reached his hand out for a handshake, but Ben raised his hand, showing him the thin coat of transparent substance covering it. "I'm wearing a protective shield to examine the dead body," he explained. Cadman nodded and said, "Alina and Pukak aren't going anywhere. I'm just assisting with some financial matters." He gestured widely around the room. "And learning the business, of course." When Ben looked at Alina, she gave him a nod of approval, so he continued. "Tony was probably killed just an hour ago," he said. "I'm guessing it was because of the suppression of air to his brain." "He was strangled?" Alina asked. "Well, there were no marks, no sign of a physical struggle, and there was no poison in his system that I can detect so far. But his heart failed, and his brain reacted as if there was a lack of oxygen. I'm not sure of the sequence, whether his heart or his brain failed first, but it's all speculation, because there were no physical marks on his body whatsoever. It was as if—" He trailed off. Alina raised an eyebrow, waiting. Ben looked from Alina to Cadman. "Well, this is just my opinion," he said. "I don't have any evidence to back this up." "Spit it out, Ben," Alina said. "It was as if the life was sucked out of him." "What do you mean?" Cadman asked. "If he didn't die naturally, then someone took his life. That's obvious." Ben rocked back and forth from his heels to the balls of his feet. "It's like his soul, or his spirit, was taken from him." Alina shook her head, and she strode into the adjacent room via a side hallway. The room was spacious and filled with natural sunlight via a large floor-to-ceiling glass window. She saw the table where Tony had loved to sit to have his meals, watch the screen, and read old comic books he had got from the antique collection in the museum. He had been planning to reprint those books with real paper, regardless of how expensive it would be to do so. The books were still there, scattered all over the floor. He must have pushed them to the floor as he fell. Tony's body was on the floor. He looked as if he were sleeping peacefully. He had been so young and full of life. She approached and crouched next to the body. On his knuckles were the bruises she had put there. He had started taking martial arts lessons with her because he didn't like being surrounded by security all the time. Then from the body in front of her, a whirl of black smoke and semi-transparent particles surged up from the ground to form the wriggling shape of a man, his hands reaching out to grab her neck. She staggered back, falling to the floor. She gasped. She couldn't breathe. She tried to yank the hands off her neck, but they weren't tangible, and there was nothing for her to grab. But her windpipe was closing. That much she knew. Her vision blurred quickly as her air was cut off. She saw Cadman and Ben panicking, saying something she could neither hear nor understand. Her world was dimming by the second. She felt Cadman's hands on her shoulders. He said something. Then her world went completely dark, and she felt a zap, like a spark of electric current tearing through her body. Then came another one, and another. Blood and air started to circulate once again. She felt her body operating on its own. She opened her eyes and saw Cadman's face over hers. She guessed he had done something to save her. She wanted to say thank you, or at least smile, but her body didn't want to cooperate. "All right, I'll take her back to her place," Cadman said, then lifted her up into his arms. She was 5'11", yet he lifted her up like she was as light as a little girl's doll. She couldn't move at the moment, so she let her head loll on his strong shoulder. When Cadman turned around, she saw the concerned look on Ben's face. She understood. She felt as though she had just come back from death. She was tired, so she closed her eyes. "It's in your best interest to forget what you saw me do, Ben," Cadman said. "I'll have to tell Pukak." "You don't have to do anything. If you say a word, I'll withdraw my business offer to Amarak. Talk to Pukak instead about the consequence of not having any financial backing. Understood?" "Yes." Alina felt movement. Then she heard the sound of traffic. She stirred and opened her eyes. "There you are. Ben said I should take you home and not to a medical center. But I have no idea where you live. Let me take a look at your ID card." A cab stopped right next to them. He climbed in with ease and settled Alina on his lap. "Sorry," he said as he stuck his hand into her pants pocket and pulled out her ID. He gave the address to the driver. She was so glad she lived in the center of town and not in a dump somewhere on the outskirts. The downside of the location, however, was that her rent chewed up a large part of her wages. As the car moved, her face pressed into Cadman's chest. She could smell his masculinity. She had been with men before, but this was the most sensual scent she had ever experienced. She was embarrassed, yet unable to move her head away from his chest. A short moment later, he carried her into the bedroom in her apartment and put her gently on her bed. "I can see you're now able to blink those pretty eyes of yours, but they need to rest." He took her boots off and sat down at her bedside. "I'll loosen this braided ponytail. It's too tight." He tugged at it and loosened her hair a bit. "Don't panic. I'm not going to undress you. But this belt's got to go." He took her belt off. "Also, I have to loosen this as well. You can beat me up for this when you can move again." He slid his arms around her back and unclasped her bra. He then wrapped the blanket around her, dimmed the light, and left the room. She lay there, staring at the ceiling and digesting what had just happened. She rested, waiting for her muscles to strengthen, cell by cell. She could still smell his scent hovering in the air of her bedroom. Damn it! She closed her eyes for a bit. Then she concentrated on her muscle movements again. Chapter 7. Cadman wasn't keen on square buildings, but he wasn't going to find the grand rooms and high-ceilinged towers of Eudays anywhere else in the multiverse. He glanced back at the bedroom door and was sure Alina was still resting. He needed his privacy, but he couldn't leave her alone in her current condition. His stomach growled. He was really hungry, but he had work to do, and he had to make use of the little space he had available in this compartment. He settled at the kitchen table and turned on his wrist unit. He entered a command, and the face of Lorcan Brody, a wicked technology head in the Daemon Gate, appeared. Lorcan frowned.
Kieran?
I guess I look like my father.
Holy cow, you're Cadman. The unit just said LeBlanc, so I assumed... Wait, so you're calling from the future? What are you doing?
Uncle Lorcan, I need your and Orla's help.
That much I can guess. But you're not contacting us in the future. So does that mean we're dead?
No. I need you at your current time. Would you mind getting Auntie Orla so I can explain this only once? I haven't got much time. Orla's exotic voice sounded, and her beautiful face loomed on the screen.
I heard my name. Hello there, Cadman. You're growing into a fine man. Calling from the future, are you?
Lorcan gasped.
How could you tell it was him? Why didn't you think it was Kieran?
Orla shrugged.
Well, they do look alike, but Kieran doesn't have that twinkle in his eyes. You can never tell what Kieran's thinking. Charming Cadman here can never hide his emotions.
Lorcan rolled his eyes. Women. He must have earned a pinch from Orla for that comment, because he yelped.
What do you need, Cadman?
Orla asked. I need Uncle Lorcan to find out, at your current time now, whether my father has obtained the Scorpio key. If not, that's the right time point. Lorcan turned to another monitor, returning shortly.
No, Kieran and Madeline have just obtained the Virgo key. There's a note, confidential of course, about another 5 keys. Scorpio is one of them.
Cadman nodded. All right. In the future, I figured out that my father failed to obtain the Scorpio key, and the consequence was disastrous. I traveled to the past, just before he went for the key, and offered to go in his place. I got the key, married Sedna, and came back to my future. Am I confusing you yet? Orla shook her head.
Something happened to your wife, didn't it?
Tears gleamed in her eyes.
Cadman, stop crying. Tears are contagious,
Lorcan said. Cadman didn't realize tears had rolled down his face, and he had made Orla emotional. He wiped them away. Sorry, I can't control this. Then he looked at Orla. Yes, Auntie Orla. Something happened to my wife. A month ago. In the future, that is. I don't know how, but she figured out that the Scorpio key we obtained was fake. She traveled back to the past, to the point when she had just given the key to my father, and she asked for it back. Could you excuse me for just a sec? He went into the bathroom and splashed cold water onto his face. He couldn't control his emotional and chemical reactions, but that didn't mean he was mentally weak. Sedna always teased him when he encountered emotional news, and his chemical reaction triggered tears he couldn't control. He would improve over time, but she hadn't had a chance to see that, had she? He inhaled deeply to gather himself together, and then stepped back out to the kitchen. He looked into the screen again so that Lorcan and Orla could see his face and know he had composed himself. He spoke with clarity. I didn't know Sedna's plan when she took the fake key back. She jumped into an ice oblivion hole, and then there was an explosion from the hole.
And you can't accept that she might be dead. That's why you are where you are now.
Lorcan asked. Cadman nodded. Until I find evidence, I won't believe she's dead. Because I've traveled to the past and cheated fate to get the key, I can't travel back to fix the future consequences of my own action. So instead, I traveled further into the future, to here and now.
Interesting plan, Cadman. What's your theory?
Lorcan asked. Sedna is a mage. Her mage tribe worships the Scorpio key. When we took the key and left, the tribe was supposed to dissolve, but they didn't. They transformed and now are operating under the name Amarak, and they still worship the Scorpio key.
The real key?
Orla asked. I don't know. My plan is to get into the mage tribe, find the person who swapped the real key, and make him or her, or it, go back to the past and place the real key in the temple at a time before we got the key. I can't travel to the past, but I can send that person, or thing, back.
It's good in theory, but how do you plan to make the thing agree to travel?
All things want to stay alive. It can stay here and die with a key, or travel back to the past to replace the key and live. I will hold whatever is important to it here at ransom.
You'd kill for this, Cadman?
Orla asked. It's not just my wife's life. If the key falls into the wrong hands, many people will die. My father said the set of 6 keys connects multiple worlds and gives the connector the ultimate power. And Hoyt Flanagan is working to get all 6 of the keys. I have to get to the key before he does.
Flanagan?
Orla shook her head and shuddered.
You'd better get that key, Cadman. So, if you already have a plan, how can we help?
Lorcan asked. I've done my research, roughly, and understand how a mage's magic works. But just now, I saw a form of dematerialization.
Well, that's your Uncle Tig's talent,
Lorcan said. Yes, and Hoyt Flanagan's. But Hoyt is a lot more seasoned than my uncle.
Yes, he's got a few 100 years on Tig. Plus he practices dark magic. Is that why you want me?
Orla asked. Cadman nodded. Yes, your experience with sorcery is much needed, but I dare not ask you to perform a ritual inside the Daemon Gate. All I need now is a spell, or something I can use to protect myself if dark magic is used against me. Orla smiled.
You're 1,000 times more open-minded than your father, Cadman. Yes, I can work on that for you.
And Uncle Lorcan, could you please find out what the group called Ethesis does? Do they have anything to do with Satan? And is Satan a branch of religious belief, or a kind of magic? At your current time now, could you triangulate to equivalent Earth time and figure out if there's a surge of multiversal energy in Greenland or the Arctic? I focused only on the Mage tribe and neglected everything beyond that. Lorcan raised an eyebrow.
I assume you don't want the info from the ordinary databank, because you could just do that search yourself. You want me to use our special source, right?
By special source, Cadman meant the wicked databank of the multiverse called the Eye. Even his father didn't have access to it. Getting caught stealing data from the Eye was a grave offense. Cadman nodded.
Like father, like son,
Lorcan muttered.
Your father had the same look on his face when he wanted to do the same thing.
Please?
All right. I'll take some time. I'll get back to you and... Holy cow! You're in 2999 Earth time. Look, Orla.
Lorcan pointed at the screen. Orla narrowed her eyes.
Do you know what it means to practice magic, Cadman?
No. All I know is that the computer simulation told me the real Scorpio key is here, in this time, and close to this place." He rolled his eyes. "By this place, I mean New Earth." Orla nodded.
Now I've got more to do.
Cadman heard footsteps. "I've got to go. Oh, just so you know, here I'm just a human, a filthy rich LeBlanc, buying Amarak's business. So if you need to contact me, please don't flash the holocast when I'm in public." As soon as he turned his communicator off, Pukak kicked the door in. Before Cadman could do anything, a light beam struck him, and he was thrown into the opposite wall. Chapter 8. Keymaster would be asleep for a little longer. He always took naps in the afternoon, and the making of the Scorpio key seemed to be more taxing for him than the other keys he'd made. The bloodstone must be harder to carve. She checked for one last time to ensure he was sleeping soundly. Then she sneaked through the back door of the small hut and ran into the nearby forest. It had been 8 long years, and she still remembered the sound of the flesh being torn from her mother's body as she was slaughtered. They didn't think an infant could possibly have had awareness or any memory about the incident. Because of that, they hadn't killed her. They had shown mercy. She wished otherwise. It was too far for her to travel back to the stone mountain where her parents were murdered. So every day, for as long as she had been able, she came here to the small cave to remember and to plan her revenge. "Revenge our death, our sweet child. Remember, we love you forever." She repeated her mother's last words every time she was in this cave. She didn't know her name, but she was happy with what Keymaster called her, Thunder Child. It sounded strong. She smiled to herself. Keymaster had always thought of himself as a predator, but he didn't realize how sweet he was with children. She had never seen him kill any creature that hadn't deserved to die. On that note, he wouldn't be happy to see what she was doing in this cave. She took out a knife she kept hidden under a stone. It was the hunting knife he thought he had lost. She clambered out of the cave and went hunting. The creatures in the woods that she would kill today to practice her fighting skills were innocent. But she had to practice. She had to hone her skills. When she faced the murderers of her parents, she would be on her own. She would kill them with her own hands. She raced through the woods. There, she saw a movement. She chased the shadow. It was a 4-legged creature, furry, black and gray. She didn't know what it was, but it ran, and she chased. In no time, she had caught up with it. Her skills were improving. She ran faster every day, and she became stronger every day. She got close enough to recognize that it was a wolf she was chasing. Wolves were very dangerous animals. She could kill it. She jumped in the air, stabbed downward, and caught the animal in its tracks. It was on the ground, kicking its legs in pain, uttering desperate noises. She stepped up to finish the job, but then she heard faint whining noises and saw 3 small pups by a nearby tree. The mother wolf turned and looked at her with big brown eyes and let out a mournful sound. She always finished the job, but maybe not today. She let the wolf get up. As soon as it regained its footing, it raced to the pups, and together they ran away. "That was weak," an elderly male voice said from behind her. She yelped, jumped aside, and swung the knife upward. A tall man with red eyes and long white hair in a long black cloak grabbed her wrist and twisted the knife out of her hand.
"Who are you?"
"I am your teacher."
"Keymaster is my teacher."
He doesn't teach you how to seek revenge. He doesn't teach you how to kill or how to survive.
Why do you want to teach me?
Let's say we share some common enemies. I am bound by a curse and can't kill those I need to. But you can do it for me, so I'll teach you how to kill. Simple.
You want to use me.
Yes, and feel free to use me back. She looked him up and down.
I don't trust you.
That makes you stronger. I like that. If you're strong, you'll stand a chance against those who want to kill.
How do you know who I want to kill?
He smiled, and his red eyes sparked with something strange. I told you. We share common enemies.
Did they kill your parents too?
He chuckled. No, but they killed my children.
Why?
He crouched and looked in her eyes. You're not ready for the reason why they kill. Let's keep it at that. When you're ready, I'll tell you. She nodded. You have to keep this from Keymaster.
Why? Are you his enemy? You can't use me to harm him.
You're a smart kid, he said. I have no intention of killing Keymaster. But he has to focus on making keys. That's his job. So why don't we let him focus on that?
You have to promise no harm will come to Keymaster.
I can promise not to harm him, but I can't control others' intentions. And there are many others who want him dead, little child. He'll be dead one day. He can't protect you forever. So you better get some real training. What do you say? She looked up at him, and then she nodded. She would learn the necessary skills from him. She would figure out the next step later. Chapter 9. Cadman picked himself up from the floor. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Not that he'd ever been struck before, nor did he want to know how it really felt. Pukak moved quite quickly for an old man. Cadman was sure he could take him down, even in his ordinary human body, but he wasn't going to fight an old man. Cadman wiped the blood from his cut lip. You can't beat someone up for no reason, he said. A mage has a code of conduct, does he not? Ben walked into the room and glared at Cadman.
Ben said you put light into Alina,
Pukak growled.
I know you're not a mage. You're a creature. But what exactly are you? Why are you infiltrating Amarak?
Cadman rubbed at his jaw. So that's what this is about? He chuckled. I'm disappointed at Amarak. He tapped his wrist unit. I resuscitated Alina with a special LeBlanc technology. Yes, it does have a kind of electric current. When I performed CPR on her, she stopped breathing. You're suggesting I should have stood there and watched her die? It was magic, Ben growled. It's advanced technology, not magic.
Let me see.
Pukak reached his hand out. There was no way Cadman was going to let anyone touch his wrist unit, the crucial piece of technology that connected him with Udays. Not only was it his only way back, but it also carried critical information about his make, along with a lot of Udasian technology. He had used his Ud key to resuscitate Alina. He'd switched on his silver blood's special energy and pumped it into her. Ben would have seen his palm glowing when he performed the procedure, but he wouldn't have seen the dematerialized creature that had attacked her. Human eyes couldn't detect dematerialized forms. It's patented technology. I can't let you handle it.
I only want to look at it. You think an old man like me could steal your technology?
I can't let anyone touch it. It's that simple. If you don't want our business, then I'll go. He walked toward the door, but Ben stopped him. Pukak turned toward him.
You want our secrets? I can't let you go.
Cadman chuckled. Look, it's blatantly obvious that you are in financial ruin. I can walk out of here and forget about Amarak in no time. This isn't a big deal to the LeBlancs. Ben threw a punch at his abdomen. Cadman saw it coming, and he could have stopped the hit, but he didn't.
Be human,
he reminded himself. He didn't have his special energy on, but even with his human body, he was a lot faster and stronger than an ordinary human like Ben, if Ben wasn't a mage. But judging from the punch, Ben was only human. Cadman heaved and clutched at his stomach. No matter how strong he was, a punch in full force still hurt. Ben grabbed Cadman's collar and shoved him against the wall.
Fight back. Show me what you've got. Show me you have superpower.
If I had superpower, I'd break you in half right now. Ben punched him again, but this time Cadman grabbed his fist. I'm not trained in martial arts like you, but I don't care for being bullied. I offered financial help. If you don't want it, then let me go. He pushed Ben away. Ben looked at Pukak.
Let them go. I have to see Alina now,
Pukak said.
Pukak? He spied on us. I'm telling you, he's something else. No one without training can block my punch.
Cadman punched Ben in the face, sending him reeling backward. Violence needs no training. Now that's just a taste of it. Don't piss me off, Ben. Then he kicked the door open and walked out. On the street, a few blocks away from Alina's place, Cadman turned onto a quiet corner and turned on his wrist unit. Lorcan appeared on the screen.
You didn't even give me enough time to drink a glass of water before you called back, Cadman.
The plan has changed, Uncle Lorcan. Amarak just kicked me out.
Well, that's good. Get out of that mess, Cadman. The key might not be with them.
What do you mean?
You asked me to look into a thesis, so I took a quick peek. Amarak isn't a transformed version of the Mage tribe that you and Sedna took the key from. They existed at the same time. So did a thesis. The tribe you and Sedna worked with was the only one with pure and consistent energy. Amarak and a thesis were messy. If Amarak were a genuine mage operating group, someone at high rank in that group would have a connection with the multiverse. Same with a thesis. So before you know who's who and who's looking for what, get the hell out of there and give me some more time to dig deeper.
Can you get me the list of those in Amarak that might have shady connections?
Yes, but it'll take some time. And why do you care, Cadman? You've been there for, 2 seconds? Get the hell out of there.
I'll see what I can do.
Don't do anything silly, son. Your father might be bedbound for a week, but nothing can stop me from alerting your extensive family in new days, and a series of kick-ass commanders to drag your ass back where you belong.
Understood. He heard a noise and footsteps from just around the corner. I've got to go. As soon as he turned the communicator off, Ben stepped out with a dozen men.
Pukak said to let you leave, but he didn't tell me not to beat you up. No one lays a punch on me and walks away intact.
I'm sorry I hurt your ego, but you attacked me first.
Well, you asked for it. I know what you did for Alina had nothing to do with technology. I'm not a mage, but I work with enough supernatural people to be able to tell the difference.
Cadman smiled. Even Pukak can't tell. So do you mean you work with higher caliber supernatural people? Perhaps crossing between Amarak and Athesis camps? Bullshit! Get him! Ben signaled, and the dozen men behind him charged at Cadman. Chapter 10. Alina whirled around, grabbed her boots, and slid them on. Can you slow down, Alina? You just got up on your feet. Pukak looked at her in disapproval. Ben will hurt Cadman. I'm sure of it. Alina, Cadman isn't exactly defenseless. But you said Cadman punched Ben in the face. Yes. A man with crushed ego is dangerous. Ben hurts people, not the other way around. That's how he operates. Cadman can throw a few punches, but he's just a corporate guy. I doubt he has any combat training. Pukak chuckled. You should see how he punches. What do you mean? Nothing. Maybe he's just talented. Alina rushed out of the house and darted around the corner and down a dark street that led to the main road. If Cadman wanted to get transport back to his quarter, he would have headed that way. Cadman smiled at Ben. He would teach this human and his petty ego a lesson to remember. As the group of 12 charged at Cadman, he switched his Yud key on. The super energy enhanced his natural agility and gave him incredible speed and strength. That was all he needed with this group of humans. Soon the group of men were crawling on the ground, moaning. They slowly got up, but didn't dare charge again. Cadman looked straight at Ben, cocking an eyebrow. The other men looked at Ben too. Ben had no choice but to run at Cadman. In a swift move, Cadman knocked him to the ground. He made sure he had total control of his strength. He didn't want to break the guy's neck. Then, because his superpower was on and his senses were super-sensitive, he heard breathing and movement from Alina. She was rushing toward him. He immediately switched off his superpower. At the same time, Ben pushed himself up from the ground and charged at him again. They fought, exchanging blow for blow. The other men could see the changes in the synergy of the fight. "Get 'em, you cowards!" Ben shouted at them. They all rushed at Cadman at the same time. What followed was a sea of fists, legs, and elbows. All Cadman was worried about was protecting his wrist unit. In the worst-case scenario, he could just open a portal and leave. But without the wrist unit, he'd be stranded on Earth. Stop! Stop, all of you! It was Alina's voice. The stream of punches and kicks stopped. He pushed the man standing next to him aside and walked away. 13 of you against 1, Alina said. You should have seen him before, Ben said. Yes, I heard. He punched you in the face, didn't he? You embarrass me, Ben. Now go. All of you. Cadman heard the footsteps of the retreating men, and then Alina's footsteps following him. His injuries hurt. All he needed was to turn on his Yud key. The healing process would start instantly, and he would be in perfect condition in no time. But he couldn't do that in front of Alina, or any other human. He needed the privacy of the unit where he was staying. He felt Alina's hand touching his shoulder. She turned him around. This looks really bad, Cadman. I have to take you to a medical center. Our clinic is closer, and they do a good job, but I don't think you'd like it. Please let me take you to the medical center. I just need to be left alone. Thank you. He kept walking, or maybe he was passing out. He could feel that a couple of his ribs were broken. He was hurting badly and needed to heal them as soon as possible. He felt Alina's arm around his waist. She was a lot stronger than he expected. If you don't want to go to the medical center, fine, she said. But I have to at least get you home safely. You owe me, remember? Excuse me? When you unclasped my bra, you said I could beat you up if I wanted to. Well, that was rhetorical. But I took it literally. Obviously, I don't want to beat you up. But I do want to take you home. Fine, he muttered. He tried to be as unfriendly as he could, but it didn't deter her. He'd have to play along. They walked for one more block and were about to get to the main road when they heard stealthy footsteps. He recognized them. They weren't the footsteps of thugs from street gangs. They were the stealthy steps of well-trained mercenaries. Alina left him leaning against a wall and put her hands on her 2 guns. Seriously, Alina? It's a thesis. And yes, I'm very serious. You can't just kill people on the street. It's kill or be killed, Cadman. I don't know about you, but I prefer the former. I want you to get down as low as you can. No. Cadman, there's no room for ego here. I'm the one with the guns. I can use one of yours. Have you ever fired a gun before? I know how to pull a trigger. She nodded and reluctantly gave him one of her 2 guns. While she was busy surveying the surrounding area, he switched his UD key on. He could feel the healing energy surging through his body, fixing his broken ribs. But he stopped the process at 90%, leaving all his external injuries as they were. They walked along a narrow street with high fences on either side. He could see that while Alina might be lethal at one-on-one fighting, she had no combat training at all. They were in the worst possible position for an ambush. He turned his UD key totally off, but with his human eyes and ears, he could still see the movement of the mercenaries on the roofs of the houses along the narrow street. He could gun down a few, but he would need to save the UD key for healing purposes, because he was sure he would suffer more injuries. He wasn't worried about himself, but he was concerned for Alina. As far as he knew, she was human and had no special healing power. If she was shot, she might die. He had no problem protecting himself, but he had no confidence that he could protect Alina as well. As he predicted, several mercenaries emerged at the top of the high fence. Judging by their skilled movements, he figured they must be at the top of the pay rank in the multiverse. They aren't a thesis, Alina whispered. Chapter 11. Alina didn't like what she was thinking. The movements of the assailants told her they weren't a thesis, but they weren't ordinary fighters either. She had nothing that anyone on Earth could possibly want. No money, no possessions, and she wasn't exactly an important person. She was a kick-ass fighter, however, and because of that, they would get nothing at all for fighting her, except injuries, some of which might be fatal. Whatever they wanted must have to do with Cadman. She cursed herself for not having thought about this before. With his background, he was an attractive target for any scumbag looking for power, money, or anything Cadman's family could provide. In this stretch of town, people would kill for a simple lunch credit. The only thing that comforted her now was that if her prediction was right, and someone was after Cadman for money, then at least they wouldn't harm him. 6 mercenaries jumped from the high fence, landing softly like feathers floating to the ground. They didn't pull out weapons. She stepped in front of Cadman. She could sense his movement behind her as he attempted to get equal ground with her, so she sidestepped and blocked his way. He seemed to get the hint and stopped trying. "You're not locals. What do you want?" Alina asked. The shortest of the 6 to the far left answered.
Cadman LeBlanc,
he said. "He's Amarak's client, under my protection. So the answer is no. You can't have him." The short man chuckled.
You must be Alina McCabe.
I hope I have a good reputation in the South. Now that I have declined your request, would you like to go? Preferably in peace? What exactly do you want from me? Cadman asked. The short man smirked, and his green eyes flashed an unusual shade.
Your wrist unit, he said. But it won't work without you, so we need the whole package.
Well, I'll give you my coat. It's worth much more, and it works without me. Alina wanted to chuckle, but she figured it would probably be a bad idea, so she maintained a poker face. The short man opened his mouth and was about to respond when Alina felt the brush of Cadman's arm against her side. She knew what he was doing, but it happened so fast it surprised her. Cadman gunned down the short man before he could utter a response. She followed suit with the other men. It all happened so quickly, there was no time to think. For her, it was just muscle memory from years of training. She didn't know what sort of training Cadman had, but he was extremely fast and accurate. She shot 2 men on the far right and threw a knife into a third to her left. Her left hand was working much better than her right because of the injury she'd suffered in a fight with an Athesis Supreme Fighter the other week. The knife entered the temple of the assailant, and he was no longer part of the equation. Only one of the shots she had fired was lethal. She pushed Cadman, and they both jumped behind a barrel of industrial waste along the side of the road, but the path was narrow and the bin not large enough to cover them completely. 3 left, one of them injured. Can you handle the injured one? Cadman asked. She didn't take it as an insult, but his question did hurt her ego. She said nothing, but pointed her gun and fired without looking. The injured man she had shot before dropped in midair as he tried to leap over the bin at them. Second time. Not too lucky, she muttered, and charged out from behind the bin. The other 2 were about to attack when they saw her. She lowered her gun. Me against 2 of you. What do you say? She knew mercenaries. They essentially did what she did for a living. The difference was that she was paid to protect people, and they were paid to cause harm. Either way, they all had a code of conduct. She had issued them a challenge, and they had no choice but to take it. As she predicted, they both lowered their guns and charged at her. She took them on. They exchanged strikes, blow for blow. Although she didn't recognize their style of martial arts, she had to admit they were good. She scored several blows to their heads and bodies. If it had been a performance fight at her club, she would have been declared the winner. But this wasn't a stage fight. After suffering several hits, they backed up against the wall. She knew their intentions. They were predators, after all. Both of them had their hands on their guns. Her reaction was again pure muscle memory. She pulled her gun with her left hand and fired at the man on the left. Cadman had already moved to stand by her right-hand side, and he shot the man on the right, her weak side. As the mercenaries fell to the ground, she looked up at Cadman, tall, calm, dark hair, striking gray eyes. He looked magnificent, like a warrior in some ancient movie about the time before the Great War. She holstered her gun. He gave her back the other. No, you keep it, she said. He nodded and smiled, wincing a bit when he tried to tuck the gun into his belt. She realized that the few thousand credit outfits he'd been wearing weren't designed to carry weapons. Just put it here, she said, and took the gun and slid it into his jacket pocket. The safety's on, so it won't discharge involuntarily, but you're not exactly shabby at handling a gun, so I guess you know the basics. Cadman nodded and absently moved his hand to his side. She could only hope her men had left no marks on his elegant body. She could only hope there were no severe internal injuries. "What hurts?" she asked. "Huh? Apart from the external bruises I can see, do you have any internal injuries caused by my men? If so, I'll take you to the medical clinic." "No, it's nothing. Just some scratches. What are we going to do with these bodies?" "Leave them. The trucks will get them in the morning." "You mean the garbage trucks?" "Kind of. But these pick up industrial waste. They're paid to collect both private and industrial waste." "But these are humans. And they're dead. Won't people ask questions?" Who would ask? And ask what? She had no idea what he was talking about. In her town, if people didn't protect themselves, they'd be killed. When humans died, they became waste, literally. If the death happened inside the household, it was private waste. But this was a public footpath, so it was considered industrial waste. He looked baffled, and she shrugged. "Let's get you home," she said. He nodded and strode ahead. She followed, still not understanding his concern about the waste issue. Suddenly there was a sound. It sounded like metal bars scraping against each other, and there were the strange noises of things communicating with each other in a language she didn't know. She had no idea what it was she was hearing, but she was sure it wasn't human. Chapter 12. Bang. The keymaster was so startled by the loud noise that he almost fell off his chair. Bang. "That's enough, child." Bang, bang, bang. He left the workshop where he was working on the stone for the Scorpio key and went to the backyard to see what she was up to. The Thunder Child was building something that looked like a gallows. "Planning to hang some criminals?" he asked. She giggled.
"No, Keymaster. This is so you can hang a blade to cut stone, given that you're having such difficulty carving the bloodstone."
"Child, you don't have to worry about that. It's my job to cut the bloodstone. I've done this for hundreds of years. All stones are different. And yes, this bloodstone is stubborn, but there's no stone I can't cut."
"I know, but this machine will give you some assistance. Watch."
She pulled a lever, and a steel blade came crashing down from above with incredible force, slamming into the stone base below it. Keymaster's head rang with a sound, which bounced from his left ear to his right ear, and then back around his head.
"Child, don't do that. Why don't you leave the key-making business to me? You're still young. Go pick some flowers."
"Can I go into the woods?"
She reached for the lever again.
"Okay, sure," he said quickly. "You can play by the woods. But be sure to come home before dark."
She grinned.
"Yes, Keymaster."
"What do I always tell you?"
"Don't play with creatures in the woods, don't talk to strangers, and don't engage in eye contact with any creature from the magical world. If anything attacks, don't run. Turn on the safety lock and call for Keymaster," she said solemnly.
"Very good. And where is your safety lock?"
She pushed aside the little cloak he had made her to show him the lock underneath. He smiled.
"Go play."
She grinned, and then her tiny shadow ran a zigzag all the way up the hill toward the wedge of woods she liked. He returned to his studio. Oh, no! The shard of bloodstone he had worked on had returned to its original shape. Chapter 13. Cadman went back to the foyer of the building where he was staying. The sight of Alina standing next to a grand marble column reminded him of his wife Sedna. The flashback hit him unexpectedly, and he was totally unprepared for it. He knew what his physical reaction would be with an emotional hit. Weeping in public was unacceptable in any universe, so he immediately turned away and hurried into a nearby restroom. He had met Sedna at a museum in London, where there was an exhibition of Eskimo history and artifacts. She was a high-end antique buyer, and he was researching the cultural development of Eskimo tribes. At least, that was his cover. He needed to obtain the Scorpio key, and she was the upcoming leader of the Mage tribe that held the key. But their relationship wasn't all a ploy. They loved each other, and before he knew it, they were married. He felt the heat of the blast again, as if it exploded in his mind right now, the blast that had robbed him of his family. He didn't know what had happened, but before he knew it, security had entered the bathroom. When he came to his senses, he saw that the mirror in front of him was shattered, and there was blood all over his hands. He was angry. The heat rising inside him wasn't the heat from the blast that had killed Sedna, but heat from the urge to seek vengeance. He had never experienced this before. The heat consumed him. Waves of pain pounded and echoed in his head. Blood threatened to erupt from his veins. His vision blurred. He could hear Sedna screaming in agony, but he knew that even if she were in excruciating pain, she would never utter a sound. He hated. The word hate had never been in his vocabulary. His father had always said he wasn't capable of hate. Even his twin sister did better than he in expressing negative emotions. That was why his father said he could never be a true human, because he didn't know how to express and control his emotions. But the hate invaded his mind now, and it totally took him over. He couldn't control his emotions, and the rage burst from him like a volcano. But once it was out, he felt peace. The haze of strange visions and pain and the images of blood and gore cleared a bit, revealing the room he was in. Things cleared enough for him to see that the blood and gore wasn't just a part of his visions. It was real. It was as if the two guards who had grabbed him from behind had exploded into pieces. From the corner of his eye, he saw Alina step through the door. He looked at his shaky hands, bloody from cuts from the broken glass of the mirror. Then he looked at her. I don't know what happened," he said. She stepped out of the room and glanced down the corridor. Then she pulled him outside and slammed the door closed. "Where's your compartment?" she asked. He pulled out his key card and gave it to her. It glowed with a map of the building and identified the desired compartment. "Let's go," she said, and pushed him along the corridor, following the shiny arrow on the key card. "Like I told you before, the 2 dead guards are now just domestic waste. Nobody will question the bodies, but the way in which they died will be questioned. You have to give me an explanation for this. But first, let's get you cleaned up." They stood in front of his compartment. She swiped the key and pushed the door open. She pushed him down onto the sofa in the living wing, then went into the bathroom to get some wet towels, water, and a first aid kit. When she came back to the living room, his head was clear. "Do you think my energy caused the 2 gods to explode?" She pulled a footstool over, sat opposite him, and started cleaning the blood from his hands and shirt. He looked at his shirt. "It's probably not worth cleaning this." He took it off and caught her glancing at the bruises from the fight with her men. He was glad he had repaired 90% of the broken ribs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep his face impassive while she cleaned him up. "It didn't hurt," he said. She arched an eyebrow. "Is that so? What about this?" she said, and pushed her palm right at the spot of his broken ribs. He winced. "I won't force you to go to our medical clinic, especially if you aren't exactly human. They wouldn't care for that. But you have to get this fixed at the medical center." There was a knock at the door. She stopped talking, went to the door, and looked at the security monitor. "There's a Barbie here looking for you." "Excuse me?" "A stunning blonde is looking for you." "I don't know who that would be." Alina looked into the monitor. "Who's there?"
Leanne, I'm Cadman's executive secretary. Here are my credentials.
Alina looked at the screen, then at Cadman. He nodded. Alina unlocked the door. Leanne stepped into the room like a breath of fresh air, and she zeroed right in on the injuries to Cadman's upper body.
"I knew it. I knew this would happen when I found out that Mr. Tan advised you to go to the north side."
She rushed over and shuffled through her medical kit. "It's all right, Leanne. It was just an accident." Alina approached and pushed Leanne's hands away. "Don't chip your nails, Leanne. I'm Alina, by the way. I'm the head of security at Amarak. And I apologize. Cadman's injuries were a misunderstanding." "Of course. It was truly a misunderstanding, Alina. I'm new in town, and things are a little confusing for me. Sometimes things aren't what they appear to be," he said, locking eyes with Alina. He knew she had questions about the incident in the restroom, but he didn't have any good answers for her. Alina nodded. "All right. Get some rest, Cadman. I'll see you again some other time, if you're still interested in our business after this." She nodded a goodbye and left. Leanne grabbed a towel and got down on all fours to mop up the muddy shoe prints Alina had left on the carpet and the floor. "You don't have to do this, Leanne." Cadman crouched to pull her up from the floor.
No, don't touch me. I've just touched the dirty floor, and you have open wounds."
"It's just a few scratches. No big deal."
"I don't know how developed the LeBlanc's pharmaceutical products are in Midland London, but here, the species of bacteria and virus have mutated so drastically that there would be no cure if you were infected."
"Okay, I'll try to stay clear of all sources of possible infection." She nodded.
"It's normally fine if you're healthy, fit, and strong, but when you're injured or your body is weakened for some reason, you have to be careful."
"Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer if you don't want to."
"Sure, anything."
"How open are people here to creatures that aren't human?"
"You mean the supernatural?"
He nodded cautiously.
"We all know that supernaturals live among us. They come and go from different places, but on Earth, humans are the majority. People don't like to mix with supernaturals. I can't speak for others, but if I see a vampire, and he doesn't want to stick his fangs in my neck, I could care less that he exists. But normal people don't like them. So if you know any supernaturals, tell them to be careful."
"Thank you."
"For what?"
"For dropping by. For checking on me."
"It's my job," she smiled. "Alina likes you."
Cadman chuckled. "She considers me her responsibility. Or maybe worse, a liability."
"Amarak is a Mage operating organization. You know that, right?" He nodded. "You asked if humans discriminated against supernaturals. The answer is yes. But mages don't trust humans or any other creatures, so the line between who is discriminating against whom is very thin."
Chapter 14. Alina approached the building complex. Her compartment was on the ground floor at the far back corner. She had chosen the location because of its backyard with privacy for her outdoor martial arts practice and the basement which was convenient for her shooting practice. What had happened with Cadman was disconcerting. She could get past the look in Cadman's eyes, the rage. She knew about such emotions. She herself had a temper, and it sometimes scared off the men around her. But what she had seen in Cadman's eyes was the true definition of rage. It was something she'd never seen before in her life. It was another mystery to which she'd need to find answers, And that was on top of the shadow that had tried to kill her at Tony's place. What kind of supernatural creature was that? And why did it want to kill her? She saw a shadow at the corner of her yard next to the fence. She had a hell of a day and needed nothing less than to release her frustration on a random trespasser. "Hey!" she shouted, and charged at the shadow. "Please don't hurt me." "Sam? Now I really have to hurt you. You didn't show up at the club like you promised." She playfully shoved the shoulder of the teenager she had helped the other day with a couple of credit tokens. "I didn't promise anything. You asked me to go. I'm here to give you back your credits." He opened his palm, revealing 2 shiny credit tokens. "Did you steal those?" He shook his head. "No, but I didn't earn them either. Ben gave them to me and asked me to spy on you, so I quit." "What sort of club pays members to spy on their leader?" "Ben Zurich?" "Yes. When I told him you sent me, he asked me to report to him what you've been up to. He thinks we're close. Before we had a chance to finish the conversation, he got an emergency call. Something about a dead body. Anyway, I left." "First, I am highly ranked in Amarak, but I'm not their leader. Pukak is. Second, I know Ben. He wouldn't betray me. Until I have hard evidence, I'm not going to draw any conclusions. Maybe he just wants to know which club I'll be auditing next, so he can prepare for it. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, I advise you to come back. As for the credits, keep them. They're yours, whether you join Amarak or not. But living in this day and age, I strongly recommend you try to protect yourself. If you come back, the club door is always open for you." She turned to go inside. "What's the catch, Alina?" Sam asked from behind her. "You owe me a favor." He nodded. "I can live with that." "Oh, hey!" Alina turned around and saw Sam approaching a cat sitting in the dark next to a trash can. He approached the cat slowly, reaching his hand out. The cat sniffed, then licked his hand. He scratched the cat under its jaw. The cat purred audibly. She approached to join him, but when she got close, the cat stopped purring. It stared at her with 2 glowing green eyes. "Hello, beautiful," she said. The cat left Sam and approached her. It emerged from the shadows, and she could now see its long gray fur in the dim streetlights. It was truly beautiful. "Look at your tail," Sam said, and was about to stroke the cat's tail, which had an unusual T-shape at the end. "No, Sam. Cats don't like you to stroke their tails." The cat approached her, and it sat down in front of her and stared. Sam chuckled. "If you want to enter a staring competition with Alina, you will lose, cat. Why don't you come with me? I have 1 credit left. I can share half of it with you and buy you a can of processed fish. How does that sound?" It kept looking at Alina and ignored Sam's questions. "All right, you're challenging me," she thought. Her inner voice screamed at her to drop the idea, but she wasn't the kind to obey orders easily. So she did what she didn't think she would ever be capable of doing. She hummed the tune of the lullaby her mother used to sing to her when she was younger. As soon as she started, the cat stood up and slowly walked around her. Next, she started softly singing the words. As soon as she did so, the cat bit her finger lightly. She continued singing. The cat bit harder. "Don't do that, naughty cat," Sam said, and reached over to pull the cat away. The cat turned around and hissed at him. Its eyes sparked as if they would shoot fire. Sam recoiled. Alina stopped singing The cat cast a glance at her, and then at Sam. Then it turned around and walked away. Sam looked at her. "Hey, what's up? I'm going to get you another cat. Don't worry, there are plenty of them around, especially on the back streets." Sam's voice was a bit shaky. She realized she was crying and wiped away the tears. "I mean, it was a cute cat, but it bit you. I can find you another one, preferably one with a gentler nature." "You can't replace him." Sam shrugged. "I don't see anything special about that cat." "His name is Lassie. He has long gray fur, a crooked tail, and he hates that lullaby. He would bite, scratch, and meow until my mother stopped singing." "Oh, so that's your cat. Well, don't worry then. I'll get him back for you." "Don't worry, Sam. You won't be able to find him." "Why not? He's unusual. I could easily tell him apart from other cats." "What's the problem, Elena?" "When I was a teenager, my parents died in a car accident. Lassie died in that car crash too." Chapter 15. Cadman awoke to the sound of a message coming through on his wrist unit. He vaguely remembered seeing Leanne to the door, then rushing back into the room to turn on his U-key and heal his injuries, leaving some of the cuts and bruises that could obviously not heal themselves overnight untouched to avoid suspicion. After that, he'd crashed on the bed for hours. He initiated the large screen mode of the wrist unit, and a floating screen appeared in the air. On it was Lorcan, who frowned at his visible wounds. "Uncle Lorcan, long story," he said, gesturing at his injuries. "But they're just minor flesh wounds. What have you got for me?"
Good news or bad news first?
"Good news, please."
Because, out of the goodness of your heart, you expressed concern about Amarak's welfare, I dug around a bit. I found some possible connections. It seems there are tensions between Amarak and Athesis regarding their business and their spiritual territories.
"Spiritual practices have a territory?" Lorcan chuckled.
Apparently they do. Normal humans need some kind of structure and guidance in their lives to operate together as a functioning society. When no tangible government-established authority exists, humans turn to a higher power, a spiritual belief. It might be in the form of religion, or it could be just a belief in righteousness. Whatever it is, the business competition between Amarak and Athesis is more than just a fight for financial territories. Their spiritual practices are a large part of it as well. Humans need to believe in something to function.
"I was told last night that humans often discriminate against the supernaturals. On top of that, the supernaturals are territorial and discriminate among themselves. It sounds like the Great War made humans jump out of the frying pan into the fryer."
Yes, the Great War.
Lorcan rolled his eyes.
Wiping out all governments and authorities gave Earth a spiritually barbarian society. And the links to Amarak are? Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked.
Lorcan said with a chuckle.
There's a Ben Zurich in the Amarak who had a questionable background. Records show he joined via a recommendation by Alina McCabe. But the Zurichs are Athesis people, meaning Ben's family has connections with the Athesis. Family matters are complicated, but in terms of spiritual beliefs, it's rare that they swing between the two extremes.
"Amarak has a client who died yesterday, and they suspect his death was due to spiritual conflicts between family members." Lorcan nodded.
I don't know what sorts of records Amarak has on Ben Zurich, or what sort of person he is. But if you're looking for people with shady connections, I'd start with him.
"All right, I'll look into it. Thanks, Uncle Lorcan. And by the way, There was a group of top-grade mercenaries sent after me yesterday." Lorcan raised an eyebrow.
That would have to do with the bad news I have for you. There's an alert in the system. Someone tried to do a search of your records in the LeBlanc's database. It was an amateur attempt, of course, because they didn't have access, and they left traces of their search. But someone at the branch you're working with is either questioning your cover or wants to leverage it for profits. Either way, the enemy is in your own backyard.
"I have an idea of who it might be." Cadman felt a rush of cold air behind him. He remembered that he still had his UET key on since starting the healing process last night, so his senses were ultra-sharp. "I have something to show you," he said to Lorcan, and turned around as if getting something for him. He switched on his microchip and scanned the room. The microchip eyes detected the form of a creature made of black particles. It stood on 2 legs and looked like a werewolf, but it had horns. The particle form was blurry. He didn't know what it was, but he knew it could dematerialize. It could be the creature that had attacked Alina earlier. It stood still as he nonchalantly moved toward it. It was a truly dematerialized creature. He walked right through it as he moved to the other side of the room. He predicted it would be able to will enough force to kill humans without having to rematerialize. That was how it had attacked Alina and possibly killed her client. But it couldn't attack him in its dematerialized form, because he was also a creature of the multiverse. Whether he could attack and kill a dematerialized creature, he had no idea. His strongest talent was to create light blades. They were like lightning that could slice through any solid surface. He could cause a small earthquake or cut off a piece of Arctic ice. But his blades weren't suitable for use in confined spaces. He could certainly swing a dagger at the creature or shoot it with his laser gun, but if his attempts failed to kill the creature, it would be alerted that he could see it in its dematerialized form. He recalled his experience last night in the bathroom when the surge of heat and energy from his anger had blown up the 2 guards. Maybe he could use that against the creature. If it didn't work, at least his attempt wouldn't be too obvious. He concentrated, gathered his thoughts, summoned his rage, and sent a blast of heat toward the creature. The wave of fiery torridity blanketed it. He heard a roar. It worked. The creature staggered and materialized, becoming semi-transparent. He sent another heat wave. It roared again and turned to run. He blasted one more time. He wasn't sure he could grab the creature, but he wanted to make sure it didn't get away. It looked as if it was about to jump into a dimensional gateway, so he sent one more strong blast. The blast was too strong. It sucked a large part of his energy out with it. But the creature roared louder and completely materialized. It was a 9-foot-tall werewolf look-alike with horns. As if that wasn't unusual enough, it was made of ice, and the ice was cracking and melting under the impact of the heat waves. Now it had materialized completely. It could attack him. Because he was losing so much energy, Cadman wasn't sure he had the strength to go up against the creature. When it charged at him and made contact, he did what he had done last night to the 2 guards. He pumped his rage into it. The ice creature exploded into thousands of pieces of ice, which quickly evaporated. On the ground lay a single palm-sized shard of red ice. It looked like frozen blood. Chapter 16. Ben pushed open the door of the Fight Club. He had been with this club for a long time, and he knew his way around. Countless times he had asked himself why he stayed in one place for so long. Every single time, the answer was Alina. He didn't like that answer. He had been a rogue before she'd introduced him to the club, and she had been more of a rogue than he was. Did anyone question her background before she joined Amarak? He wondered. Probably not, because she was at the highest rank, just under Pukak. He would never forget the look on her face when she found him at the dumpster years ago. They'd both been teenagers at the time, but Alina had already achieved a decent rank in Amarak. People told him she had climbed up the ladder quickly, though she had joined not long before he had. She had claimed her rank purely by her talent. It had taken him much longer to make progress within Amarak. Ben had worked for this fight club for a long time under Tomkin, a guy he didn't have much respect for and didn't consider to be highly talented. As far as he was concerned, Tomkin was a spineless sucker. Before he knew it, time had passed, and he'd worked for Amarak for far too long. He was going nowhere in this so-called career. He could move to the south. Amarak had no idea how many times he had turned down offers there just to stay put and help them here in the north. But if his loyalty wasn't appreciated, he should just go. If he didn't take care of himself, nobody else would, that was for sure. In this society, it was either kill or be killed. Wasn't that what Alina had always told him? He was merely protecting himself and working toward his future. That's what everyone did, right? Feeling somewhat comfortable with his reasoning, he ran his hand under the doormat, where he knew Tomkin hid the key whenever he went out of town on Amarak business. Ben knew his way around well enough inside the club. He could work there all night without the need for a light. He knew that on his right was a large fighting platform where they organized competitions and recruited followers for the private security business. There were several surveillance cameras in that area. Although they used an ancient technology from the middle of the 3rd millennium, it still recorded data. He didn't want his face to show up as a suspected thief. He stayed as far to the left as possible. There wasn't much surveillance on that side. There was a medical center, some changing rooms and bathrooms, and a couple of supporting offices. He used the key, sneaked into an office, and shuffled through the filing cabinets. There it was, the file on Alina. He pulled the folder out, flipped quickly through the documents inside, and cursed. This was a file on her training and achievements in martial arts, not what he was looking for. Idiot, he cursed himself. The file must be in Pukak's office, or whatever he called the dump he used as the medical clinic. He didn't have much time left, so he left the fight club and headed toward the clinic. All was dark from the outside, meaning Pukak had left. Ben hugged the sidewall, took a couple of running steps for momentum, then jumped on top of a trash can and leaped onto the roof. Who in this day and age uses tiles on the roof of a house? He wondered. He pulled off a bit of the roof tile and peeked into Pukak's office. It was empty. Holding onto the edge of the roof, Ben lowered himself to the ground and sneaked inside the clinic. Stepping over piles of papers and jars and buckets of God knows what kinds of medicine, Ben reached the filing cabinet. He pulled a drawer open, shuffled through the folders, and found Alina's file. He pulled it out. Suddenly, the room lit up. In the doorway stood Alina, Pukak, and Cadman. Ben slammed the cabinet drawer closed. It isn't what it looks like, he said. So, what should it look like, apart from you being a traitor? Pukak asked. No. He saw the look of disappointment in Alina's eyes. No, I can explain. Sure you can. But it'd better be something other than the fact that your family is with the thesis, because I've already told them that, Cadman said. Bastard! Ben leaped on top of the table and jumped from it over to Cadman. Alina pushed Cadman aside and caught Ben midair with a kick, sending him crashing to the floor. She pulled him up by the collar and threw him against the wall. I'm not fighting you, Alina. She kicked him in his abdomen. That's for lying to me and telling me your family was dead when I picked you up at the dumpster. He fell to the ground and heaved. She pulled him up again and punched him in the face. "And that's for never telling me about your connection to a thesis, even when you know how concerned we are about them." He rubbed his jaw. He knew Alina had no tolerance for betrayal. A few more punches from her would be lethal. He could explain, but he didn't have a leg to stand on right now. All the evidence was pointing toward him. He could only curse his stupidity, but he refused to go down that easily. He pulled out a knife, but before he could throw it, Alina caught it by the blade. Blood seeped between her fingers as she looked at him. He knew the pain of being betrayed was a lot more difficult for her to handle than the physical pain caused by the knife. He let go of the knife. "This," she said, "is for betraying Amarak." She swung her fist at his temple, and his whole world went black. Chapter 17. Cadman lowered himself from the roof of the fight club where they were keeping Ben. His Yudki was turned on to enhance his movements and senses. The club had been quiet since training hours ended, but there were a couple of guards at the front and about 5 of them inside. He had encountered Amarak's guards before and knew they were trained fighters. If they had been working with Ben previously and believed in his innocence, they might be upset to see him imprisoned. Would they break him out? Cadman wasn't sure. He knew he had to get to Ben first to get some answers. On the fighting square, he saw a man come out to check on security. It must be Tompkin, the head of this fight club. He'd been away when Ben broke in. There was nothing glaringly alarming about Tompkin that he could tell from a quick scan. He was human and appeared to be normal, but his movements suggested he was quite agile and might be a good fighter. Cadman waited as Tompkin finished his security check and returned to his office. It seemed as if Tompkin was done for the day, so Cadman left the fight club. He sneaked down to the basement, where he'd seen Alina put Ben in a cell. Ben charged at the wall of steel bars, grabbed the bars, and shook them in anger when he saw Cadman walk in. "You act as if you're innocent, Ben." "I'm not innocent, but neither are you. You're here without the others, so you must want something they wouldn't approve of. Am I right? I'm not interested in trading information with you, or promising to get you out of a lockup. And I'm not going to bother judging whether you're a good man or not. It's none of my business. But yes, I'm here for information. And you think I'm going to simply hand it over to you?" "Yeah, pretty much." Cadman smiled at Ben. "You care for Alina. If you're willing to betray the club, I believe you do it for her interests." "What the fuck do you know?" "There's no need for profanity. I won't even have to work hard to get information from you. It's written all over your face. But you resent the fact that Alina doesn't read your signals." "You can't speak for her." "You're right. I can't. But it's blatantly obvious that Amarak's interest is her top priority. I care for her too, as a friend, but her interest in Amarak will ultimately put her life in jeopardy. I'm here to tell you that, because she and Pukak won't listen to me." Ben chuckled. "And you think they would listen to me now?" "No, I don't think so. But you can tell me how to save Alina. That is, if you care about her." "I know when I'm being played." He walked to the bed in the cell and sat down. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get some sleep. I don't think you saw the thing that tried to kill Alina at your client's place, but I did. It has some kind of connection with this." He pulled out a cooler and showed Ben the shard of red ice inside. The color drained from Ben's face. "Where did you get that?" "From the thing that tried to kill Alina." "That's not possible. It's supposed to protect her. Protect us." Cadman shrugged. You don't have to tell me why you tried to find Alina's file, or why you think it will protect her. I know you recognize this ice from the artifact. You know it can't be faked. I'm telling you it will kill her, and I don't want to be around to resuscitate her like I did before. If you're thinking of accessing the Scorpio key, forget about it, unless you're a mage. I'm guessing you're not, though, because Pukak can tell if you're not one of them. Alina isn't a mage either, so you're saying that even at her rank, she doesn't have access to Scorpio key? Only mage members have access. Not only that, they summon Scorpio key only once every century, so there's no way to tell if Alina has access. And if that thing is going to kill her, you should tell her not to be at the summoning ceremony. When's that? Next week? Look, I know you have an agenda, and I still don't trust you, but you showed me the ice, so I do think you care. Let me tell you this. I don't think Alina is a normal human. That's why I wanted to check her file. Rumor has it that Pukak rescued her from a major accident in which everyone died. She was lucky to survive, but the way in which she gained rank within Amarak so quickly made me think they might be planning to use her for something spiritual. You don't mean they want to use her as a sacrificial subject, do you? What else could it be? They have the summoning ceremony coming up. All the supernatural creatures know about it. And let me tell you, they fight like mad dogs to host it. Amarak has the right because they hold the Scorpio key. But it's really all myth, hearsay, because it occurs only every 100 years, well beyond a human lifespan. No human can verify it, and no one can talk about what happens at the ceremony. So if Alina is human, she'll be safe because they wouldn't let her attend. That's why I'm looking for her file, to see what Amarak has on her, and whether they consider her to be a normal human. I know you can't just ask them because if they saved Alina just to sacrifice her at the summoning, they wouldn't admit it. But who else of high rank, apart from Pukak, has access to the Scorpio key? Ben shook his head. I've never been to a mage meeting. I'm not sure if Alina has or not. They're very exclusive. I know Pukak is a mage, and he runs the show when it comes to spiritual stuff. What about a thesis? What about them? Well, you work for Amarak. Don't you know Athesis is your #1 competitor? I know it from a business standpoint, but as for the spiritual practice, I'm not involved at all. All right, I'll get some more information. If I find any evidence that they plan to use Alina as a sacrificial lamb, I'll let you know. I'll put in a word for you as well. Ben shook his head. No need to speak for me. Then he looked at Cadman with a strange expression on his face. They will soon find out. Find out what? Ben smiled. That it has nothing to do with Alina. But still, tell her to be careful. That's all I need you to do for me. Cadman nodded and left the basement. Chapter 18. Alina didn't know how long she'd been standing in the alley next to her complex, staring at the trash cans. It was late in the morning. She was supposed to have finished her morning training and been headed to work by now. But she hadn't practiced today, and she hadn't yet gotten ready for work. The cat hasn't come back? Sam asked from behind her. She turned toward him. Sam was more mature than she would have thought for a teenager who picked pockets for a living. She guessed because he'd been living in tough conditions, he was more street smart than most teens she had known. She shook her head. I told you, the cat died. It can't come back. Well, then what are you waiting here for? An explanation. You touched the cat, right? It was real? Sam scratched his head. Yeah, so I guess the question is whether you're sure your cat was dead. Or whether you're sure that cat was your dead cat. She shook her head. She really had no idea. I need to look into this further. Can you keep this between you and me? Sure. Why do you think I'm going to tell? All right. Now, I need to take you to the Fight Club. But since you didn't like Ben, I might take you elsewhere. It's a shame, because the Northside Club is one of the better ones. Tomkin manages it, not Ben. He isn't the best in higher-ranked training, but he's excellent for beginners. Do you want me to give that club another try? Ben is no longer with that club, so I think you should give it another go. If you still don't like it, we can change later. Sam nodded. I'll take you there, Alina said, and realized she wasn't dressed in her usual gear. Her hair was down, and she was wearing loose pants and a shirt without pockets for weapons. She shrugged. She shouldn't have to dress a certain way to prove she was a fighter who could kick ass. She signaled for Sam to follow her, and they headed toward the express subway. Shortly, they approached the Fight Club. They were a block away, but she sensed something unusual happening. Trainees were walking out of the club, looking confused. Visitors looking for tickets for tonight's performance fight were being turned away. She rushed into the club and saw Pukak talking to Tomkin. Tomkin's face paled when he saw her, and he stopped talking. Pukak looked at her, disappointed. What's up, Pukak? Ben escaped. How? When? He sighed. It appears he went away last night. Our surveillance didn't pick up anything, but Ben knew his way around here. He knew how not to be seen by the system, he chuckled. If we have a functional system, that is. What does this have to do with me? She asked. Why would you think Ben's escape has anything to do with you? Tomkin asked. Tomkin was a quiet guy. He rarely gave his opinion, and always did what Pukak wanted. He wasn't a mage, and thus couldn't progress in rank unless he entered fighting competitions, which he never did. So he just managed club business and trained beginners. I've always said I trusted Ben, Alina said. He has a temper, but he's not a traitor. True, the evidence was against him yesterday, but I feel we haven't given him enough opportunity to explain. That's just my view. Well, he's confirmed your belief, trust, and confidence in him, Alina, Pukak said. What do you mean? Pukak handed her a note. She recognized Ben's handwriting. It was rare for people to write anything by hand anymore, but Ben still did. The note stated, I'm sorry to leave you like this, Alina. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I only need you to believe I'll do what I promised you. I will never betray you, Alina. Watch your back. Pukak cut in before she could utter another word. You don't have to explain. He's your trainee and your confidant. Whatever you told him, we don't need to know. When Pukak used the pronoun we with that tone of voice, it usually meant he had talked to outsiders who shouldn't be trusted. I had nothing to do with Ben's escape, Pukak. In fact, you might recall that I'm the one who captured him. Pukak nodded. What happened has happened. But it is our code that you cannot be included in our summoning ceremony. I couldn't care less, Pukak. I've told you before, I'm not a mage, and I have no intention of being turned into one. I also have no intention of taking the spiritual leadership position. That's precisely the point. I understand now. Understand what? You want to change Amarak into a human-operated organization and abandon spiritual tradition. That's totally unfair, Pukak. How many years have I worked under you to build Amarak and maintain the Mage tradition? Has there been a single occasion when I deviated from that mission? Have I ever let you down? You never failed a mission, but that's the problem. You recruited your trainees, Ben, the youngster standing behind you now, and several who walked out of the club when I announced that you would no longer be in charge of their training. You announced what? Why? You've turned Amarak into something of your own. More than half the club left. Ben left. Can you see the pattern, Alina? They idolize you. I can't accept that accusation, Pukak. I should walk out of here right now, but I'm not going to do that. If you doubt my loyalty, if you think I have ill intentions, then use your light and purify me. I'll stand here and take it. What a challenge, Alina. You know I would never hurt you. But you just did. What can I do to prove my loyalty? I never doubted your loyalty. You've just outgrown Amarak, that's all. We don't have enough to keep you here. Latch on to the LeBlancs. I'm sure they'll be able to arrange a very bright future for you in Midland London. The North just isn't for you, Alina. Not anymore. She turned and walked out of the club. She didn't know she was crying until Sam quietly handed her a piece of paper towel he had picked up from the food vendor on the street. Well, I don't have a job for you anymore, Sam. You can go now. I'm happy to tag along, wherever you want me to go. I need to be by myself. Sam nodded. All right. I'll look for you later, then. Be good, Sam. Don't do anything you'll regret. He grinned. Amarak doesn't deserve you, Alina. Go south. Chapter 19. Cadman sauntered into the LeBlanc's headquarters as if he was oblivious to the fact that someone from within had been poking around for his information and had sent half a dozen high-end mercenaries after him. His records in the LeBlanc database were fake because he had come from the past, and so he had to be careful. He had no idea his records could be traceable. Leanne rushed out from behind her desk. Cadman, you need more rest. Your bruises are still visible. Have you been to the medical center? No, but Don't underestimate your injuries. Maybe they're just flesh wounds, but until you get them properly scanned, I won't feel good about this. All right. I'll do it this afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Tan is, by any chance? Speak of the devil, she said, as Mr. Tan's voice drifted in from a side corridor. We just finished an executive meeting, he said, and looked at Cadman. What happened to you? A minor accident. I'm going to my office. I need the mainframe to connect to Central. The system alerted me last night that someone tried to access classified data. Is that right? You mean from here? Asked Mr. Tan. I didn't think our computers had the capacity to detect information regarding identity. That's only possible from Midland London. Cadman smiled. I didn't say they'd try to steal identity information. I just assumed. Tan smiled a crooked smile. Identity is the most valuable kind of information. If someone had the guts to hack the LeBlanc's system, I'd automatically believe it had something to do with identity data. Cadman nodded. Fair enough. And you're correct. It was identity information that they were trying to steal. What a relief. I'm not an idiot, after all. Cadman chuckled. I don't think the LeBlancs have ever appointed idiots. Tan shrugged. They'd better not. Is there anything else I can do for you? Cadman nodded. Yes, I have something to show you. Then he turned toward Leanne. I could do with some food. Given your warning about the north side of the city, I didn't eat anything when I was there.
Right away. I'll get you something safe to eat,
she said, and scurried away. Cadman gestured for Tan to follow him into his office. Cadman settled into his chair and turned on his computer. When I finish my work here, Leanne will be transferred, working in Midland London. Do you know if she has any family or dependents here? Tan sat down opposite Cadman. If you want to take her with you, just take her. You don't have to pretend to care about her life. We might have differences, Mr. Tan, and I don't care to elaborate on them, but I, and any LeBlanc, value good employees and will do whatever it takes to make them happy. I must stress that this is how we treat top employees only. Okay, Leanne is a contractor here. We don't have any commitments with her. If you want to take her, then do so. She's not worth a discussion. So what is worth talking about, Mr. Tan? My secret identity? Cadman, if you want to accuse me of something, go for it. You don't look like the kind of guy to kill without reason. Cadman chuckled. It's not a secret that you and I don't like each other. As I said, I don't intend to be here for long. It really wasn't necessary to send mercenaries to scare me off. Just in case you haven't heard, they're all dead. Mr. Tan shifted in his chair. The gesture, although subtle, showed signs of anxiety. So you didn't know, Cadman thought, and then said, One of them provided me some information before he died, he said. Mr. Tan stood up abruptly. I don't know anything about this. Are you saying you didn't send the mercenaries? Or you didn't think one of them would have a chance to speak before he died? As you've already said, I'm not the kind who kills without reason. This is my turf, kid. Don't you dare threaten me. So you don't have an explanation about the mercenaries? I don't have to explain anything to you. I don't report to you, and I don't answer to you. Mr. Tan strode toward the door. Leanne came in, carrying a tray of food. Mr. Tan turned abruptly and followed behind her. He looked at Cadman and then glanced at Leanne's backside. Mr. Tan locked eyes with Cadman and smirked. Cadman, how about I promise not to interfere in your business here, whatever it is. My staff and I won't interfere with you and Amarak and whatever it is they're doing. In exchange, you will keep your nose out of my business here. Cadman said nothing, waiting for Leanne to arrange the food and exit the room. Your business is the LeBlanc business, said Cadman. If you act against our interests, I'll be forced to interfere with your operation, and I consider sending men after me, one of the LeBlancs, to be your shady operation. I had nothing to do with that, he roared. He put both of his hands against the wall and shoved hard, sending a decorative picture crashing to the floor. There's no need to damage property. You're aware of the mercenaries. That doesn't mean I sent them. Cadman leaned back in his chair. So who did then? One of them told me he was sent by someone in authority here. Well, we do have a board. But you're the chairman. Are you from another planet? Cadman rolled his eyes. Wait. You're from Midland London, Tan sneered. That's like outer space to me. People here might work for you, but you don't own them. Loyalty and morality and all that shit existed only in ancient times, before the Great War. And if you ever bothered to study ancient history in the middle of the 3rd millennium, you would know that it was that very idea of morality that sent humans to war. Religious war? Mr. Tan laughed. Boy, you really know nothing. Religion is like patriotism. It encompasses loyalty and similar ideas. Humans made up those ideas and used them as guidelines for what they should do and what they should think. The Great War wiped out all of that. It took us back to bare bones, good versus evil, or whatever you want to call it. Yes, the people on the board work for your money at the office. But outside of work, they might kill you to get the parking spot they want. And they won't see anything wrong with doing it. But the Amarak people still operate on the principles of loyalty and morality. Cadman, they aren't human. Cadman shrugged. Fair enough. So what you're saying is that someone on the board wants my head. You know about their activities, but you're not a part of them. And I won't acknowledge this conversation beyond these 4 walls. I dislike you enough to send you to the north side to get some bruises. But it's in my best interest that you stay alive, because the LeBlanc business is my income. He nodded a goodbye and exited the room. Leanne stuck her head in and smiled. "How's the deluxe sushi?" she asked. Chapter 20. The Thunder Child looked at the teacher, who was examining the basket of wildflowers and exotic mushrooms she had just collected for him in the woods.
"What's your real name, teacher?"
You're suddenly not wanting to call me teacher anymore?
"I just want to know more about you and about your family and your children who were killed. It seems to me a good way to start a conversation like that with your real name." She grinned at him.
You're very mature for your age. I guess that's because of what happened to your parents. Have you ever wanted to talk about that? She shook her head. Then I won't tell you my story. It's only fair.
Keymaster asked the same. He wants to know if I know who killed my parents.
Do you?
I told him I saw some spider-wolf creatures.
Yes, but do you know who sent them? Your parents were angels, but that doesn't make you an angel. Not until you dignify their death.
I don't want to be an angel.
What do you want to be then? She locked eyes with him.
What do you think your children would want to be if they hadn't been murdered?
He sat down on a stone and gazed into the distance.
I'm sorry if I made you sad, she said.
It's been 100 years. I'm no longer sad, Thunderchild.
Does that mean you feel something different? She asked. Hatred? Anger? The need for vengeance?
He brushed a stray hair from her forehead. You think too much, child.
The only time I didn't think was before the first blade pierced my father's body. Because I was an infant, I wasn't supposed to think. I hadn't even started talking. Then they stabbed my mother. They stabbed her again and again. Well, she tried to crawl away from me so they wouldn't see me.
Tears started to stream down her face. Come here, child. He pulled her into his arms and held her.
When Keymaster found me, I had to find a way to win him over. I had to make him like me, so he would take me with him. I clapped my hands. I giggled. I cooed. I made baby noises. Because I was an infant, I couldn't speak, but I could still think, and I knew what had just happened to my parents.
She started crying, and she knew the teacher cried for her too. She had lost people she loved. So had he. They had to work together to seek revenge. She didn't know exactly what he wanted, but she knew what her life mission would be. She wanted justice for her parents. She knew who had sent the spiders, and she knew how to kill them. But first, she needed to grow into the body of an adult. She needed to develop the necessary skills. She needed both Keymaster and the teacher to support her and train her to become what she needed to get her revenge. If you had a choice, what would you want to be, Thunderchild? She smiled at the teacher.
I don't know yet. I'm just a child.
Chapter 21. Alina jabbed her finger at Cadman's chest as soon as he turned the corner outside the LeBlanc's headquarters. You killed Ben, didn't you? How about some thanks for giving you the information that he's a rat? And if I remember correctly, he beat the hell out of me. I saw what you did to the guards at your complex. You're not human, Cadman, and I think you could kill Ben if you wanted to. He nodded. What I am is irrelevant. I mean you and Amarak no harm. I did have a conversation with Ben yesterday, and he asked me to tell you to be careful, especially with the summoning. You talked to him? Without us? Well, the conversation was about you, and it wasn't about your taste in fashion. So you're right. Our discussion didn't include you. I thought you could pull ranks within Amarak to get Ben out if you liked him that much and believed he was innocent. He was alive and kicking when I left him. He escaped. I still don't believe he betrayed me. But there's nothing I can do with Amarak now. They kicked me out. Cadman raised an eyebrow. Their loss. At least you don't have to be involved in the summoning next week. It's not next week. It's next month. Next week is the trial, and I never planned to be involved. It's a huge event, so they have to practice. Good. By the way, the head of the LeBlancs here just told me someone in-house wanted my head. Whoever it is sent 6 mercenaries, and we killed all of them. I'm going to need protection. Are you interested? She smiled. You're more than capable of protecting yourself, Cadman. I'm just a guy from out of town. Are you interested in the job or not? Let me think about it. All right. You forgot your sushi, Cadman, Leanne said, stepping out from a corner of the room. Alina rolled her eyes and looked away. Leanne, you shouldn't have done this. Leanne glanced at Alina. If you're going to the north side again, then please take the food. Eat it before you go. She reached out to hand him the box with the sushi. As he touched it, a metal arrow pierced it just in front of his chest. Alina saw he had swiveled slightly to avoid the hit, and she applauded him for his instincts, but still she dove and pushed him over, falling to the ground with him. Get down, she shouted to Leanne, who was still standing with the lunchbox in her hands. She reached out and pulled Leanne to the ground. Leanne dropped the lunchbox. Alina pulled out the arrow and saw an E in fancy lettering on the shaft, the symbol of a thesis. Bastards! She raced to the arrow's origin and chased the attacker into an alley where he stopped suddenly and turned toward her. He pulled down his hoodie and smirked. It's a trap, she thought. She turned around to head back to Cadman, but the man charged at her from behind. She could tell he was a high-ranking athesis. It would be a tough fight. The man anticipated her every move, and she couldn't even get to her guns. After a few rounds, she managed to kick the man away and reach for her weapons. But then he threw a smoke bomb and darted around the corner. It was a sedative bomb, and she had inhaled the powder. She dropped to her knees. Her world started to spin. Her arms seemed to weigh a ton. With great effort, she pushed herself to her feet and struggled back toward Cadman. When she was out of the alley, she saw him battling a group of 5 across the street. She collapsed to her knees again. She had plenty of willpower, but her body wasn't cooperating. Hearing footsteps behind her, she glanced back and saw the man she had fought before. He approached, knife in hand. From across the street, Cadman could see her situation. She wanted to tell him not to worry, not to be distracted, but she didn't know how. She couldn't speak, and her world was dimming by the second. In her last moment of blurred vision, she saw that the distraction had cost Cadman. He pulled a dart from his neck. His knees buckled. The men he was fighting launched an increased attack to be sure he was incapacitated. And then he went down. Leanne ran out from a side street with the same lunchbox she had tried to hand Cadman. She swung it at the men. One of them yanked it away from her, and she started slapping at them, swinging her purse and kicking at them with her stiletto heels. Alina had to give it to her. She was brave. But the men stopped her feminine assault in no time. All Alina could do now was crawl toward them, making sure her movement didn't draw any attention. Across the road, 2 men carried Cadman to a car that had just arrived and parked next to the sidewalk. A 3rd man locked out Leanne with a single punch and threw her inside the car. As the car drove away, Alina felt the hand of the man behind her, pulling her up by the hair. She could feel the metal blade of a knife pressed against her throat. Then she was released. There was the sound of a fight and a struggle from behind her. She didn't even have the energy to turn her head to see what was happening. And then someone turned her over. Ben was smiling down on her. Chapter 22. Cadman opened his eyes groggily. He felt unbearably tired. He may be supernatural, but he never did well with sedatives, no matter what universe he was in. He hadn't turned on his UET key during the fight before he passed out, and he was glad he made that decision. He had no idea what the consequences would be if he had been sedated with his superpower on. He wondered what had happened to Alina and Leanne. He sat up, trying to get his bearings. Once upright, he realized his worst nightmare. His wrist unit was gone. It held all the top secrets of Udays, his make, his DNA, and most importantly, what could kill a Udasian. No one could operate the unit but him, but if the reason for taking the unit had been to extract data, he was doomed. He tugged at the metal handcuffs that held him captive. He had no chance of getting out as a human. At the moment, what others might see him as was no longer a concern. Getting the unit back was his top priority. So he not only turned on his UET key, but also the silver blood, a super energy that not everyone in Udays could access. In his mind, he gathered his most natural and significant talents to create a giant blade. He used that blade to cut into the place where they held him captive. His mind blades sliced through the concrete and metal, and the grating sounds shook the building. He heard the footsteps of men rushing out to see what was happening. He turned on his internal microchip and scanned the building. Leanne was in another room, 2 doors down from him. His wrist unit was on the upper level, in a room that appeared to be a computer room. They wanted to extract the data. Cadman could feel his rage surging. He concentrated, trying to recreate the effects of his newfound skill that had killed 2 guards with a combination of heat and combustion. He summoned his rage by focusing on his negative energy and emotions. He could feel the heat rising in his veins, but instead of causing an explosion as he had before, he directed the heat wave into a small blade, and with laser precision, he cut through the handcuffs. The heat burned his flesh, so he took some time to heal himself. The wounds would be inconvenient in an upcoming fight. Then he went to the far end of the room. He stood there, staring at the metal door. He blasted an extreme heat wave to the door to soften the metal. Then he charged at it and gave it a hard kick. The softened hinges released, and the door collapsed. Using his new talent seemed to drain his energy quickly. He needed more time to learn how to control it. But right now, it was available, and he could use it to his advantage. 3 guards inside the building rushed at him. He waited until they got close, and when 2 of them grabbed him, he pumped heat waves into them. Like the guards he had killed before, these 2 exploded. The 3rd ran away. He picked up a gun from one of the dead guards and shot the 3rd one. He didn't see any keys on the floor near the 2 guards, so he searched the body of the 3rd and found a key. Cadman rushed to Leanne's cell and opened the door. She was cringing in a corner, but when she saw him, she ran into his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked. She nodded. "And you?" "I'm fine, but they took something from me that I have to get back. There will be a fight, so I want you to stay behind me at all times. Understood?" She nodded and scurried after him. The hall was wider on the upper level and quiet. It looked as if most of the staff had gone out to see the destruction he had caused outside. He wondered what it might look like. Cadman found the computer room easily. A single engineer remained. Cadman entered the room, gun pointed at the man, who raised his arms.
"Take whatever you want," he said. "I just work here. I don't care what you take. I won't make a sound."
Cadman, gun pointed at the man, strode toward the far end of the long table where his wrist unit was connected to 4 computers. He grabbed the unit from the table and disconnected the wires. Then he pointed the gun at the engineer. "Delete the data, now." The engineer didn't wait for a second request. He ran to the keyboard and entered commands to delete all data. From the door, Leanne said, "They're coming back." The progress bar on the monitor indicated 80% completion of deletion. The footsteps came closer. Before Cadman could stop her, Leanne exited to the hallway. She smiled at the approaching engineers. "Hello." Cadman was surprised to hear the friendly greeting. The engineers didn't seem to have a clue what was going on in the prison section. As Leanne started a conversation with the engineers, the happy ping of deletion completion sounded on the computer. "Don't make a sound until we're out of the building," he told the engineer in the room. "You don't want casualties. I don't either. Understood?" The engineer nodded. He turned on a computer game and began playing it as if nothing was going on. Cadman walked out casually and called to Leanne. "It's time to go, honey." She grinned. "That's my boyfriend. Sorry, I have to go." She walked to his side, leaving a very disappointed group of engineers behind. Together they walked down the corridor and out of the building. As soon as they stepped outside, someone yelled at them from behind. "Hey!" Cadman didn't turn around. He knew what it meant. "Run," he said. They ran along a wide street into an open area that looked like a market. No one so much as gave them a curious glance as they were chased through the market at gunpoint. Cadman gave up hope that anyone would question violence in a public way. This was normal life on New Earth. It sucked. Cadman glanced back and saw that one of the people chasing them had raised a gun. He had to act fast. He shot down the gunman. If they could make it across the street, he could get Leanne to the back alley, and there he would be able to kill the man chasing them. He glanced back again and saw 4 of them. "Cross the street, Leanne." She nodded at him and turned. As soon as she turned back to continue to run, he watched as a bullet, as if in slow motion, penetrated her body from the back and exploded out the front. He turned and fired. He didn't care whether there were any innocent bystanders. He just pulled the trigger, again and again. Soon their pursuers were down. He rushed over to Leanne, who was lying in a pool of her own blood. Chapter 23. Alina bolted upright, gasping and panting. She saw Ben grinning at her, but before she could make a move, he said, "Remember, I risked my neck to save your pretty ass, Alina, so you should think twice before you kick mine." She jumped off the bed. "Where's Cadman?" she asked, and rushed toward the door. "You're welcome," Ben said, and headed toward the kitchen to make himself something to eat. Alina was back, standing at the door. "I meant to say thank you. I know you're always looking out for me, and I appreciate it. I'll do the same for you. I promise." He nodded. She nodded her goodbye and left the apartment. Cadman used his microchip to help navigate to a medical center. He carried Leanne in his arms. She was so quiet it scared him. She was no longer gasping for air. Blood seeped from her wound, soaking into his shirt and dripping to the ground as he walked. Nobody around them cared. He kept walking. She stirred and opened her eyes. "There you are. I'm going to find a medical center. You're going to be okay."
Put me down, Cadman.
"We're nearly there."
Put me down, please.
He put her down on the sidewalk. She looked at him and smiled.
I'm not going to make it, Cadman. Everyone dies someday. And I guess my number is up.
"I won't accept that. If the medical center can't fix you, I will."
No, Cadman. Just let it go. You hardly know me.
"If you survive this, I'll take you to Midland, London. You can work for me there. I'll make sure you're taken care of."
You're very kind. It was my honor to work for you, even if only for a short period of time. Go back to Midland, London. This place isn't for you.
"Leanne, I'm not entirely human. I have a special sort of energy that could help heal you. Will you agree to take my energy?"
Why, Cadman? Death isn't bad at all. I'll be free of this world. I'm not sad to be leaving it.
"Please, accept my energy. You can make the decision where to live later." She smiled weakly.
I am ready to leave this world behind, Cadman.
"Please don't say that. Let me do this for you. Please."
You're crying.
She reached her hand up to touch his face.
No one's ever cried for me before. I would never have thought someone would cry when I die. Just that small gesture is worth dying for. Do you know how beautiful you are? Do you know how strong a man is when he allows himself to cry? I'm grateful for that. Remember, Cadman, I am dying a very happy woman. I'm so cold. Would you hold me?
He pulled her into his arms and held her. In a few moments, she stopped breathing. A man approached Cadman.
"Private or public waste, sir?"
"What?"
"If she's private waste, please take her inside. Or I can take her now if not. My truck is just over there,
He pointed at a truck that was picking up trash cans along the street.
"Don't you dare call her waste," he shouted.
There must have been something in his eyes that scared the man. In only 2 steps, the man had scooted across the street, cursing as he rushed away. Cadman picked up Leanne's body and started walking along the street. He had no idea where he was going. Alina turned around the corner and saw Cadman standing in the middle of the street, holding Leanne's body in his arms and looking totally confused and upset. She had used all her resources to trace him, and here he was, free from the hub of a thesis. Leanne was an unfortunate casualty, but there was nothing she could do to change that. She approached him. "Let them take her body, Cadman."
"They called her waste,"
he growled. She had never seen such grief from a man for a stranger. She didn't know what kind of creature he was, but she certainly hadn't seen anything like this from humans. "It's just terminology, Cadman. What would you like to do with the body?"
"I'd like to help her family arrange a proper burial."
"No one here has access to free land for burials. Maybe where you come from, but not here. Free land is so limited that it's not allowed to be used for burying anything or anyone. The men who handle this process know best what to do with the body. It's their business. She will be treated best by them." He looked back at the waste truck suspiciously. "Or you can leave her out here to rot." He nodded. She walked toward the truck, and the driver took a step back in defense. She raised her hands so he could see she had no weapons and meant him no harm. She then pulled out a few credit tokens. "I'm so sorry. My friend is really upset about her death. They were close. If he scared you, I apologize. Here, please take this money and take care of the body. It's going to be public She stopped herself. "It will be a public matter." The man looked her up and down, and then reluctantly accepted the money. He called out to another man, and they approached Cadman with a stretcher. As they wheeled the stretcher back to their truck, they passed Alina. She overheard one of the men say,
"This is the last one for today. I'm not taking any more random jobs." "It's only early afternoon."
"Well, picking up 12 at the Amarak Fight Club was tough. I'd call it a month's worth of work." She rushed over. "Excuse me? Which club are you talking about?"
"North Side."
"Who are the casualties?"
"I think it's the guards,"
one of the men said. The other shook his head.
"It can't be. They're the best fighters. Plus, they look pretty young. I think they must have been trainees."
"Do you know the cause of death?"
"Accident. A fighting room's roof collapsed."
She pulled out her communication unit and called Pukak. There was no answer. The line was totally dead. Chapter 24. Pukak looked at what remained of the North Side Fight Club. He sighed. The building would be out of action for a long time, and certainly couldn't be used to host the trial for the summoning next week. They had no other facility that could do the job. He might end up having to use their temple. Not only was that not ideal, but it was also dangerous, especially now that he had lost Alina and Ben. He glanced at the manager of the club, Tompkin, and watched as he fished around in the rubble, pulled up bits and pieces of shrapnel, and stumbled over things. He wasn't sure Tompkin could actually fight these days. As a human, he was quite old for his job. Pukak made a mental note to revamp the entire training program and put mage staff in place for anything related to martial arts. Humans were good, but their lifespan was limited, and their skills and strength depreciated exponentially with age. Tompkin rushed over.
I've cleaned up the stadium and the fighting platform, Pukak. We can use it now. What do you think?"
He gestured and grinned. Pukak turned and saw a patched-up area. Temporary panels and sheets of plastic had been used to patch holes in the walls. Sticks of wood were nailed to the platforms where the audience sat to bolster the legs of the benches that accommodated 20 people each. But Pukak was sure if he set foot on the platform as it was now, it would collapse. "Tompkin, how many people do you think this venue can hold, and how many do you think will come to the event?"
"You mean the trial?"
"Yes, the trial."
"A handful."
He looked at the expression on Pukak's face.
20? "No."
"We will host 102 senior members from all the clubs across Old and New Sydney, Central Americana, Underground Asiana, and the African Transition. Even if we can fit them in here, do you think what you have done there will represent us in a good light in front of our allies?" Tompkin shook his head.
"Well, how about we book a venue in the city? Just for show, you know."
"And of course, you would pay for that." Tompkin shook his head.
"I told you this is a thesis' doing. We don't have haters. I mean, we do, but they wouldn't throw explosives at us right when we need the venue most. They wouldn't kill our trainees. They're in competition with us, and they fought for years for the right to host the summoning."
"Well, that's a very smart and thoughtful comment, Tompkin. But even if it's true, and this is a very big if, we could find evidence that a thesis stabbed us in the back. That's not the solution to our problem right now."
"Yes, it is. We can demand compensation. We can find evidence and make them pay. And then we can use that money to get new accommodations."
"All in a week? And who do you think would enforce the compensation demand? I'm too old for a fight." He thought of Alina again and sighed. Then there was a loud bang. The building shook, and dirt gushed out as the pressure of an explosion was forced out from the back of the building. Pukak and Tompkin were thrown into the front wall like rag dolls.
"I must have passed out for a second,"
Pukak thought as he scrambled to his feet and rushed over to Tompkin, who was sitting up on the floor, coughing and heaving from the dust. "Are you okay? Can you get up by yourself?" Pukak asked. Tompkin nodded and grabbed a piece of the remaining wall at waist height to help him stand. The wall collapsed under his weight into a pile of loose bricks. Pukak shook his head as he looked around. More casualties. As he turned, a dozen premier Thesis fighters stepped out from the smoke and dirt. He recognized their leather outfits and the symbols on their arm shields and masks. They approached him slowly and stealthily. When he was younger, he would have been excited about the opportunity to fight them. But not now. Not in this situation. They weren't here to have a fight with the glorious leader of one of the oldest Mage tribes in history. They had been sent here to finish him after the explosion. Pukak flexed his muscles. He would fight until his last breath, and that would come soon. Tompkin rushed over to stand by him.
"Hey, all of you against two of us, and after planting a bomb? You should be ashamed of yourselves."
The fighters said nothing. They charged at the two Amarak men, but only 3 of them came at a time. Pukak knew it wasn't because they were trying to play fair. It was just that there wasn't enough room for them all to come at once. He wanted to tell Tompkin to stay inside to retain their advantage, but he didn't have time to talk and didn't think Tompkin was smart enough to understand. After the first round, Both sides withdrew. He glanced across and saw that Tompkin had suffered some minor injuries, but was still standing. Athesis fighters prepared to charge for a second round. Pukak knew he couldn't sustain this level of fighting for long. This round they squeezed in 8 fighters. Withdrawing wasn't an option, because they would attack them from behind. Pukak pressed on and stepped forward. As the fighters came closer, Pukak felt a rush of fresh air coming from behind. He didn't need to look. He felt instant relief. Alina landed in front of him, coming down from the rooftop. "Welcome to Amarak, North Side Fight Club," she said, and charged at them. They probably wouldn't be able to see much as she moved like a leopard. "There have been enough casualties for one day," said Alina. "I'll take 4 of you as payback for our trainees, and I'll let the rest live to crawl back to your boss and let him know your humiliation." An Athesis fighter at the far left pulled out a small device, but before he could do anything with it, Alina put a bullet in his head. 1. A fighter on the right went for his gun, but Alina fired before the gun left his holster. 2. Any more volunteers? "Get down!" she shouted at Pukak and Tompkin, anticipating that the remaining Athesis would draw their guns. Alina moved to the side. The bullets missed her and hit the walls. At the same time, Pukak heard other gunshots, and the Athesis fighters fell one by one like tree trunks. From behind them, Ben and Cadman walked out, guns in hand. Alina helped Pukak up from the ground. 3 of us against 12 of them. We were still outnumbered, Pukak, so don't whine that they didn't have a fair fight, because we hit them in their backs.
Since when do I whine?
Chapter 25. Cadman strode into LeBlanc headquarters, making a beeline for his office. This time Leanne wouldn't be giving him her usual greeting, checking on what he was going to eat and where he needed to go, or telling him about the places and things he should avoid. She had taken good care of him, and because she did such a good job, she had gotten herself killed. He turned on the computer, and it flashed a message asking for verification. He frowned. It hadn't asked that before. The credentials he'd created for this trip were impeccable. He, a LeBlanc, and in that regard, he hadn't needed to fake any data. He typed in his credentials. A dialog box popped up.
Access denied.
He re-entered the information. The computer repeated.
Access denied.
The door slid open. Mr. Tan stood in the doorway, hands in pockets.
"People in old Australia don't knock?" Cadman asked. "I would knock if it was your office I was entering." He walked in. Cadman sank back into his chair, watching as Mr. Tan sauntered in and sat in a chair in front of his desk. "What can I do for you, Cadman?" "We purchased Amarak, and I'd like to transfer funds to them." "I've checked with Central London. They confirm that no such purchase plan exists." "I don't believe you have access to our records, but I have to hand it to you. For a moment I thought you might have a spy in the London office. But that's not possible, because you don't have connections of that caliber. The only plausible explanation is that some members of your shady board have connections, and they poke their nose into my business." "You poked yours into our business first." "Yes, my board members have checked the records, and Cadman LeBlanc doesn't exist at this point in time. Your DNA is confirmed, but your existence is not." "Well, that depends on how far backward or forward the system can trace." Mr. Tan stood up. "You're a vampire?"
I can walk in sunlight, so I can't be a vampire, Cadman chuckled. But why would you assume I came from the past? We're heading toward the millennium. There's nothing the system can see in the future. Are you talking about the end of the world? I think I've heard about that a few times. No, I'm talking about changes. There are going to be radical changes, and I don't know which way it will go. Like the Great War, nobody saw it coming. When it happened, it wiped out the entire societal structure of human civilization. And technology went with it. Thus, I see no point in looking forward. Cadman leaned forward. Between you and me, my records existed long before the Great War. Are you saying your records were conveniently destroyed? Cadman leaned back in his chair and locked eyes with Mr. Tan. Do you think knowing too much could potentially cause you harm? Is that a threat? Why would I bother making a threat? I'm a LeBlanc. You said so yourself. But yes, there are things I do that I wouldn't care for my extended family to know about. It's my business, he said. I'll stick to the promise I made to you when we first met. Amarak is my only business here. When I'm finished, I'll be out of here in a heartbeat. The sooner you let me get on with my business, the quicker you'll be rid of me. I'll check with my board and get back to you, Mr. Tan said, and stood to leave the office. Cadman surged up from his chair, jumped over the desk, and grabbed Mr. Tan by the neck. He pulled him back into the room and slammed his face on the desk. By sooner, I mean now. There are many ways to do this. Why would you choose the hard way? You don't know who you're dealing with, Cadman. The LeBlancs may have money, but you are very much out of touch here. As I said, you don't own people's morality. Cadman slammed his head on the desk again. Exactly. So you don't have to hold your moral standards to your faceless board. Regarding the board, I'm not talking about morality. I only want to live. And trust me, they are not faceless. Then show me their faces. Silence. Cadman was about to slam his head again. All right. I take it you're a man of your word. I'll help you get on with your business. But please, leave after that. I don't care about Amarak, or whatever it is they are doing. Cadman released him. All right. I need the funds. Right now. I'm sorry, Cadman. I can help you with your locked computer. I can issue a special pass. But that's about it. I can't let you transfer funds the board is aware of. And I can't tell you who they are. I don't want to end up like Leanne. Cadman grabbed him by the collar. You knew they sent people after me and got Leanne killed? What's their connection with the thesis? I'm a dead man walking, Cadman. He pushed him away. I'll get you a passcode for the computer. Then... Blood spattered all over Cadman. He looked up to see that Mr. Tan's face exploded. He had been hit from behind. Cadman dropped to the floor and pulled his gun. He switched his UD key on and heard the stealthy footsteps of mercenaries. He turned on his microchip to scan the exterior of the office. A small army of more than 20 fighters was rushing into the corridor, heading toward him. The bodies of the office staff littered the floor. He glanced up at the open window. Judging from the angle of the shot to Mr. Tan's head, the kill shot had come from an assailant located outside the building, a hitman. A gunfight between him and 20 others with machine guns wouldn't be wise, and single-handedly fighting this army wasn't exactly the ideal combat situation either. He didn't want to garner the attention of the wrong people, but this was the perfect time to make good use of his talent. He concentrated, trying to use his most lethal skill set. He willed a mind blade, and he sliced the building in two from the outside. The blade separated the building into halves, stopping the mercenaries short before they could get to his temporary office. The gap between the two halves of the building was widening quickly, however. The building would soon separate and then collapse. He couldn't remember which floor he was on. He could feel his half of the building shaking. He opened the office window and looked down. He was 10 stories from the ground. He had many talents. The mind blade was his strongest and most important, and the heat wave was a new one for him. But there was one talent he knew he would never have: flying. Chapter 26. Alina came back to the center of what used to be the fighting platform of Amarak's Northside Fight Club. Around her were loose bricks, broken furniture, and bits and pieces of walls and the roof. Tomkin grabbed a shovel and started digging, making an attempt to clean things up, and hoping there was still a chance he could repair the building with his bare hands in time to use it for the summoning trial next week. Alina understood that the club was his baby. He had worked here his whole life. The summoning was a centennial event, and being able to host just the trial for it had been his lifetime dream. But she saw no chance of the event happening here. "Tomkin." "What?" he asked and kept digging. "Tomkin." "I'm busy here. What do you want, Alina?" "The building is ruined, and so many trainees have lost their lives. The trial is not going to happen here next week. I suggest you focus your energy on something else." He stabbed the shovel hard into a pile of dirt and loose bricks. "Like what?" "Develop new programs. Talk to the families of the dead trainees. Do damage control for our reputation with the public. No one is going to use our private security service if we can't protect our own people. You're good at publicity. Why don't you take care of that? And I'll take care of the trial." "I want to be at the trial. I'm not a mage, so I won't be invited to the summoning. But can I please be at the trial? It's a centennial event." Alina nodded. "I'll talk to Pukak."
"Why don't you ask Ben to stay and help?"
he asked, as she turned around to leave. "I respect his decision to go south. He'll do better there, I think." She looked at the clock and wondered where Cadman was. He'd said he was going to drop by the LeBlanc headquarters in Central to transfer the money so that Amarak could use it to hire a new venue in town for the event. It seemed like the perfect solution to her. She headed toward the express to go home. She lived in the middle of the city, and hopefully it was close enough to Central so that she could give Cadman assistance in case he needed her. She chuckled inwardly. Since when had she started to think that a man would mix with someone like her in such a social circus? She recalled the moment he carried her out of Tony's place. The feeling of her body pressed against his, the sensual scent emanating from his skin, his hands on her body, unclasping her bra, loosening her hair. She shook her head and gave herself a mental slap. By the time she approached the corner of her place, dusk had settled on the city. The sky was magnificent. She loved the blood-red sky scattered with mysterious black clouds. She wondered what it had been like before the Great War. Pukak immersed himself in literature and loved history. He knew a lot. She wasn't a fan of curating knowledge of a culture that no longer existed. She was pro-development and all about moving forward.
"Alina!"
Sam called from behind. She turned around and saw him standing in the alleyway, running along the side of her complex. He had the gray cat in his arms, the one she'd claimed was hers, and he was grinning at her. She approached him. "Where did you find him?"
"I didn't. He found me."
The cat hopped out of Sam's arms, landed on the ground, and sauntered toward Alina.
"He could have found you himself, I think, but he's quite lazy. Look at the weight on him. He just wanted me to carry him all the way here."
Sam laughed as the cat rubbed around Alina's legs. "His name is Lazy, Sam."
"Oh, well, that explains it."
From the corner of her eyes, she saw a creature step out from the darkness into the red light of the dusk. It didn't have a tangible form, but appeared instead to be a collection of semi-transparent black particles. It was the same thing that had jumped out of Tony's dead body and strangled her. Alina staggered back, and the cat scurried to find a hiding place.
"What is it, Alina?"
Sam asked. "Run, Sam. Go away."
"No, just tell me what's going on."
"There's something here. It's going to attack me. You can't see it." It flew at her. As much as it was invisible to Sam, it felt like a ton of bricks hitting her. It started squeezing her neck, just as it had done before, but she couldn't defend herself. She swung her arms at it, but they struck thin air. The creature continued to strangle her. Sam darted over, but he didn't know what to do. The cat jumped toward Alina, hitting the creature with its front legs. It was small in comparison to the size of the creature, but the creature staggered back and hissed at the feline. Alina gasped for air and then scrambled to her feet. The cat stood in front of her, meowing and hissing. Its hair stood on end, its eyes sparkled green, and its teeth were bared. The creature stood immobile, a lump of static particles. It dared not move against Lazy, her dead cat. "Sam, come stand behind me," she shouted. But it was too late for Sam. The creature flew over her head. Sam didn't see it coming. It lifted him up and dragged him away, several feet above the ground. It choked him, and then it slaughtered him. "Lazy, get it! Over there!" she shouted. But the cat would not leave her side. She charged toward Ben, but she knew it was too late. The skinny body of the teenager was mangled, and his neck was broken. His soft green eyes stared into nothingness. He never knew what had hit him. But she knew. It was evil. She didn't know how to describe it. Tears streamed down her face. She hadn't cried in a long time, and now she was crying for a person she hardly knew. She looked up and saw the sky was completely dark. She understood now how Cadman had felt when people had called Leanne's dead body waste. She couldn't bear the thought of Sam lying in the dark alley, waiting for the trash truck to come pick him up in the morning. But she couldn't just take him inside the building. The other residents would object to it. She went into her apartment and grabbed a blanket. She wrapped up Sam's body and propped him up against the fence next to the trash cans. Then she sat down next to his body. She would wait there until the morning to be sure he was taken care of and treated properly. Lazy sat down next to her and purred for a while. Then the cat stood and started meowing. He bit her finger gently, and then bit into the sleeve of her shirt and pulled. "I can't go with you, Lazy. I made that decision years ago, and I'm not changing my mind. You can go, though." The cat didn't look happy, but he sat down next to her and stopped protesting. She stroked his head. "When the time comes, I'll respond to the teacher's call. But not now." As if he understood what she was saying, Lazy started purring again, tilting his head up for Alina to scratch his neck. Chapter 27. Cadman was on the way down. It was a risky decision, but it was his best choice. He had just cut the giant high-rise in half with his mind blade, and both sides were on the verge of collapse, and he was on the ledge of the 10th floor. His Ute key was at full capacity, and now he moved as a silver blood, lightning fast and agile, and he could jump dimensions. Admittedly, his dimension-jumping technique had room for improvement. He couldn't just jump by himself. He had to rely on the technology of his wrist unit to open the gateway before he did so. He opened the portal below him so he could use gravity to his advantage and fall right into the gateway. From the corner of his eye, he saw the shape of the dematerialized creature, the same kind of thing that had tried to kill Alina and had attacked him in the apartment. He had killed one of them with his heat wave, and he could do it again. But this one was incredibly fast. It flew into the air and hit him when he least expected it. It knocked him out of his trajectory to the gateway. He was now free-falling. He adjusted his wrist unit to alter the gateway's position. But the creature struck him again. He was halfway down to the ground. The gravity on Earth was stronger than he'd expected. The creature approached him again. It didn't give him a chance to manage the escape hatch. He turned around. "You asked for it," he said. He stopped fidgeting with the gateway. When the creature hit him again, he grabbed it and hopped on top of it, not sure whether he'd be able to grab its semi-transparent form, but apparently he could. It wriggled, turned around, and was upside down. It looked at him. Its form glowed in a shimmery red color, and he could see its face more clearly. Hollow red eyes, and a face that looked like nothing more than a human skull. It reached its arms up, trying to strangle him. He'd had enough. He pumped a heat wave into it. It exploded into several thousand pieces, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. He was sure it had dropped pieces of red ice to the ground, as had the one he'd killed before, but he had no intention of finding out. If he did, it would mean he had hit the ground. He was close now, and he wasn't sure he had enough space for another portal. He looked up. The one he had opened previously still hovered in the air above him. The gateway refused to come down to him. He looked down to the ground. He didn't relish the idea of his body landing on the hard concrete. Another shadow loomed toward him. Before he could blast out another heat wave, he realized it was a giant air motorbike. The driver dipped down a bit, partially to indicate to Cadman he had no intention of hitting him, and partially to make it easy for him to jump on the back seat. No matter who the driver might be, Cadman figured the back seat of an air motorbike was a much more promising option than the hard concrete 50 feet below. Cadman jumped on the bike. A short moment later, the motorbike landed in an industrial area. The ground was covered in red dust, and they appeared to be on the outskirts of the city. From where they were, Cadman could see the city covered by a semi-transparent dome. He guessed they had passed through the dome's gate at some point, but he hadn't felt the impact. He had turned his Ute key off to avoid a scan and detection from whomever he might be talking to. They'd known he wasn't human when they sent the driver to pick him up in the middle of the fight with the supernatural creature. But he didn't want them to know exactly where he had come from. He wasn't going to give them entry into Udays. The driver hopped off the bike and gestured for Cadman to follow him. A wall-sized rusty steel door slid open, revealing a warehouse-style space. Everything was made of oxidized metal and wood of some sort. Several air motorbikes were scattered around and used for furniture. At the far end of the open space there was a raised platform of metal bars and wooden panels. A man sitting on a metal chair stood and approached Cadman. He reached out a bare, muscled arm covered in tattoos for a handshake.
Nathan,
he said. Cadman. Nathan grinned.
One of the LeBlancs?
He gestured around.
This is the deep north of New Australia, but your family has a reputation everywhere.
Cadman nodded. Thanks for picking me up at the headquarters. So I guess you're not the one who sent the mercenaries after me. Nathan laughed.
Did any of them look like my guys?
Cadman cast a glance at the bikers. No, but nothing would stop you from having someone else do the work for you. Nathan laughed again, climbed the platform, and sat on his chair. Cadman realized the chair looked a lot like a throne. You're a thesis. Nathan clapped.
And like what people have said, the LeBlancs do know something about the North.
I guess you haven't invited me here for a party, then.
Not at all. Wartime is coming. No time for partying.
War with whom? Amarak?
Oh, no, I don't consider them enemies. I know they don't see the dynamics of our relationship the same way.
You captured me and killed Leanne. It's hard for me to consider you a friend.
Not a friend, but an ally. Look at us.
Nathan gestured around.
Yeah, spiritually, we are the opposite side of Amarak. I offered an alliance, but they turned it down. We don't use technology for anything other than watching screens. You were captured and brought to a place with a full lab and lots of computer geeks, right? Yeah, they used sedatives, and they copied our logo, too. But take another look. Do we look like them?
So who are they? Nathan smirked.
I'll find out, and I'll crush 'em to dust. But to do that, we'll need financial backing. I know you promised that to Amarak, but we can work together, as an alliance. Pukat can't see the big picture, but you can.
Cadman raised his hand to stop his speech. I don't have the money, at least not right now. You picked me up from the headquarters. That was the only connection I had. Now I'm cut off, and I'm not sure how long it will take to reconnect, let alone transfer any funds.
But when you connect, will you consider my proposal? We'll stay within our red dirt areas in the outskirts, and Amarak will stay where they are in the central. No invasions, no harsh feelings, and I reckon whoever it is who's disguising themselves as us and causing friction between Amarak and a thesis is our common enemy. The funds should be used to destroy that enemy, not to fight each other like mad dogs. Any ideas where this common enemy might come from?
The South. Chapter 28. Thunderchild threw a knife at the dummy and hit it right in the center of its forehead. The teacher clapped.
In terms of fighting, I think you've graduated. You've achieved a lot in such a short period of time.
It's been 2 years. That's not a short period of time.
Don't be impatient. You're young. You have plenty of time.
I'm 11. That's not so young.
The teacher chuckled.
Well, compared to being a few 100 years old, you're very young.
Will you teach me new skills?
Yes, of course. How's your master doing with the Scorpio key? Still trying to cut the stone?
She sighed and nodded.
All right.
The teacher wrote on a piece of old fabric.
Here are the ingredients. This compound, if you process it correctly, will both soften the stone and help it maintain its shape after it's been cut. It won't return to its original shape.
She grinned and reached out her hand to take the recipe, but the teacher yanked it away.
It's too soon for me to give this to you. This compound works, but it isn't harmless. If you want me to give it to you now, I'll need you to do something for me."
"What is it, teacher?"
He showed her a jar of potion.
"This is a poison I have compounded. I will take you into town, and you will put it into someone's food."
"You want me to kill?"
"Yes.
"Whose food?"
I have found the murderers of my children. I could simply kill them, but that would be too easy for them, considering I have suffered for hundreds of years. So I'm going to take you to a school of magic where their children are studying. You will kill their children. I want them to feel what it's like to lose a young child."
"But your children died hundreds of years ago. How can their children still be going to school?"
They're soul traders. They buy, sell, and exchange souls so that they and their families will remain the same for eternity.
"I can't kill innocent children."
Not even to get the recipe for your master?
"No."
What if I give you something more appealing? What if I give you a recipe that will help you kill those who killed your parents?"
She chuckled.
"They can't be killed with poison."
"You know them?"
She locked eyes with the teacher.
"Yes, and one day I will kill them, but not with poison. I will kill them to seek justice for my parents, but I won't kill innocent people just to make them experience what I have suffered my whole life. I won't do that for you either, not for anyone."
There is a prophecy that says, if I seek revenge, I will be dead. Nevertheless, I can't pass up this opportunity. So if I don't see you next time in the woods, you'll know what happened.
"If you die, I will seek revenge for you."
He crouched and looked into her eyes.
Really?
"Yes, I promise." "Who are they?"
Amarak.
Chapter 29. Alina rushed into the medical clinic, almost stumbling on the bucket Pukak used to catch rainwater to make his medicine. Cadman trailed behind her. "Please, tell me this isn't true," she said. Pukak looked at her, the kind old eyes of a grandfather drooping even more. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a wound that ran down his left arm.
"I know my time is limited, Alina."
"You're a mage. You make medicines that cure people." She wiped the tears from her face. "There's no poison that exists that doesn't have an antidote. Can't you make yourself one?"
"Helena, I don't have much time. I need you to listen to me."
"This was a thesis. This is their doing," she snarled and whirled back and forth in the little office. Cadman grabbed her, but she couldn't be held still.
"You can't be sure this wasn't a thesis job," he said. "I talked to Nathan."
"It was him," she growled. "Do you know how badly they want to host the summoning?"
"You can't rule out the possibility that there's another adversary, or maybe even two. Those who will just sit tight and wait for Amarak and a thesis to destroy each other. If you behave like this, you're doing them a favor."
"I don't care what they want. A bunch of cowards ambushed an old man. If they killed Pukak, I'll tear them to bits."
"And what? What will you achieve by doing that?" Cadman asked. "Trying to get yourself killed. That's very mature, Alina." "He's right, Alina. You need to lead Amarak. No one else can do it."
"I am not a mage. I can't do Amarak any good."
"You owe me, Alina. I have never asked anything of you. But now it's time. I need you."
Pukak sat down on the chair behind his desk. A pile of papers on the desk fell to the floor. Alina bent down to pick them up. trying to do anything to avoid looking at Pukak.
"Come here, Alina,"
Pukak said weakly. She ignored him and continued to pick up the sheets of paper on the floor.
"Alina!"
She felt Cadman's hand on her shoulder. She stopped what she was doing and looked up at Pukak. The room was so small that when she swiveled around, she was kneeling right next to him. He tilted her face up and looked into her eyes.
"Don't cry, Alina. You are my family. Amarak is my life's duty. But you are the only family I've got. If you don't want to take care of Amarak, it's totally up to you. After I die, you will be free to go and live your life as you wish."
He wiped the tears falling down her cheeks. "Forgive me, Pukak."
"There is nothing to forgive."
He looked up at Cadman.
"It's a shame we met you too late. I regret that I must take Amarak to the grave with me. But trust me, Cadman, the business is worthy of your investment. Not because it's profitable, but because in this insane world, when we head toward the end of the 3rd millennium without spiritual guidance, humans will be at a loss. It's not a war between supernaturals and humans. It's a war between good and evil."
He sighed.
"Unfortunately, when Amarak is gone, evil will win."
"How?" Alina asked.
"The Scorpio key we worship isn't just a key to open sources of power. It's a key that can open the gate that connects the world of good and evil."
"Why is it your responsibility, Pukak?" Cadman asked.
"The world is vast. There are many with power.
No insult intended, but Amarak is merely a small tribe." Pukak shook his head.
"I don't know. It's been like that since the beginning. It was handed down to me. The summoning happens only once every 100 years. Not all leaders have experienced it. I have had a long reign. I have lived long enough. Unfortunately, Amarak ends with me."
"Don't say that, Pukak!" Alina cried out.
"You're right, Cadman. We are only a mage tribe. But protecting the Scorpio key is a mission larger than Amarak, larger than our lives. I don't know how to handle that."
He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes.
"Oh no! Please don't leave me! I'm not ready. I'm not made for it. But I'll take the role. I'll lead Amarak," Alina cried.
Pukak opened his eyes.
"I don't want you to do anything you might regret."
"I'll do it. Please appoint me."
Pukak couldn't sit upright any longer, and Cadman had to help him. Pukak placed his palm on Alina's head, but nothing happened. They waited a little longer, but nothing occurred. "Is it because I'm not a mage?"
"I can turn you," Pukak said. "I can give you the light, but I'm too weak to do it now."
"Oh no! Please don't die. Can you wait for me?" "I'll be back, Pukak. Promise you'll wait for me."
"I'll try."
She looked at Cadman. He nodded. "I'll stay and watch him," he said. "Go. Do what you have to do." She nodded and stormed out the door. She rushed around the corner shouting,
"Lazy!"
Her gray cat sauntered out from the dark, looking at her as if it knew this moment would come.
"Take me to teacher."
Lazy turned and ran. She followed right behind. Chapter 30. The cat disappeared in front of Alina. It had been taking her to the teacher. It ran and she followed right behind it. Then it vanished. But she kept running in the direction the cat had just vanished from. She felt as if she had walked past an invisible curtain. She couldn't see anything, but she felt it brush against her. Her skin prickled. Then she found herself standing in front of a temple. There was an engraving on the solid steel door and on the walls and fences surrounding the temple. She didn't, however, see any statues representing gods or any other higher power. Maybe it's not a temple after all, she thought. The door slid open and then closed behind her after she walked in. Inside was a large and empty room, dark, smoky, and rather spooky. The air was icy, and she could see her breath. She glanced around but didn't see anything that hinted at the culture, era, or origin of the teacher. A distant, authoritative, and disembodied female voice said, "I am pleased to finally see you are coming back. I'm here to submit myself to you, as promised. What kind of creature will you turn me into?" There was a chuckle. "You will find out when the power is with you. One thing I can tell you right now is that I will not make you a mage. You will be much more powerful than that, and you will need all of your power to face what is coming. You need to explore your power, and you must use it with care. Will I remember anything about my human life?" "Your human life ended with a car crash. I used a minor form of power to sustain your body until now. Although the power wasn't yours to start with, it has been with you for a long time and has now become an inseparable part of you. So you will feel the same after you receive the new power." "Can I heal others? Give power to others?" "Yes, but it will take a long time and a lot of practice before you get to that level. Nevertheless, you will know what to do given different situations." She nodded. "Are you ready?" "Yes, teacher." "Kneel. Close your eyes." She obeyed. She floated into nothingness. Oceans of energy flowed into her body. In her mind, the countryside, mountains, rivers, cities, and the faces of several people flashed before her. So many images and faces. She didn't recognize all of them. But among them she saw Cadman, and not because he looked different, or because he stood out from the crowd. She knew he was there for a reason. She wasn't sure if what she had just seen was a flashback, a memory insert, or a projection of the future. But Cadman's image was so prominent, it was ingrained in her mind. After a while, the process seemed to come to a stop. She opened her eyes and found herself on the floor. She scrambled to her feet. The temple was no longer there, but the voice of teacher still echoed in the air. "It has been a great pleasure to give you back your power. Be careful. Don't allow your body to be destroyed again. I will be in touch when it's necessary." "Wait, what do you mean by giving me back my power?" she asked, but nobody answered. An empty space of red dirt and industrial ruins surrounded her. Her cat lay sleeping with all four legs in the air, snoring loudly. "Lazy." The cat woke and blinked his green eyes at her. He sat up and then leisurely washed himself. She wasn't sure where she was exactly, but she had some theories. She didn't think she was close to the clinic. An air motorbike zoomed toward her and hovered. The driver smirked and crooked a finger to wave at her. "Want a ride somewhere to have fun?" he asked. "I tip well. What's your rate?" She smiled at him. "Sure, I'd love a ride. I'll tell you my rate when we get to where I need to be." She ran toward the bike, jumped up in the air, and knocked him to the ground. Lazy had settled on the back seat already before she zoomed away. She had no idea he was so fast. "Pick your bike up in Central," she said as she accelerated, headed toward the dome of the city. She dropped the bike in front of the clinic and raced in. Cadman was there, and Pukak still sat in the chair. He promised he would wait for her, and he had. Then she saw the expression on Cadman's face. "No!" "He tried. I could have helped if it wasn't poison," Cadman said. She darted over to the chair. "You promised me you'd wait. I have power now. I can heal you." She knew he couldn't hear her. He was somewhere else. He looked as if he were sleeping. Cadman handed her the shield of the leader, a palm-sized badge that represented the power of the Mage tribe. "Pukak said nobody needs to know you haven't received the proper transfer of leadership. He said he had no power left anyway, so there won't be any proof of the transfer, and you will always have his blessing, no matter which way you want to lead Amarak." She held up the badge. "We still have proof." She gathered her new energy, injected it into the metal badge, and pressed it into her left forearm until her flesh sizzled. "What about you, Cadman? Will you stay to help us? Are you interested in the business?" She looked at the tattooed imprint on her arm, remaining as aloof and nonchalant as possible. Part of her wanted him to stay, but the other part wanted him to go away. "I told you, I can't get the funds now." "I don't need the money, but it would mean a great deal to me if you stayed. The trial is next week, and we have so many things to figure out." "You need to know that I have been approached by a thesis. They've made an offer to form an alliance." "Yes, I know, but you came back to me. That's why I asked. Will you stay to help us a little longer?" Cadman nodded. "Where do you plan to hold the trial?" "At the temple. No one needs to know Pukak has passed. I'll announce my leadership position at the temple before the trial." "I'll bet there will be resistance." She nodded. "It might be dangerous. You can decline if you wish." "I'll be there for you." "I appreciate it. Could I please have a moment alone with Pukak before we take care of his body?" Cadman nodded and exited the room. She looked at Pukak, who looked to be sleeping peacefully. There had been so many times they'd had discussions in this room. She sat there, looking at him, and waiting for his wise words, his guidance, and even his wicked humor about the world before the Great War. But now Pukak was no longer talking to her. Chapter 31. Alina didn't like having butterflies in her stomach. Today was the day of the trial. The senior members from every branch in every corner of the world were coming to Old Sydney to attend. Most of them would stay on for the main event next month, but some would leave early. Not all branches and clubs were keen on the ritual. She hadn't slept at all, so she couldn't really say she'd gotten up early. Lazy had been pacing all night, but mostly because he was nocturnal. What surprised her was the fact that Cadman had stayed over. He'd told her it was unsafe for him to go back to his apartment because of the attack the other day, but she knew that was only an excuse. He stayed in the guest room, meeting the sofa, as she didn't have a spare bedroom. She tied her hair up and braided a ponytail, then put on a leather jacket to cover her tattooed leadership seal. As she came out to the living room, she saw Cadman was awake. Maybe he hadn't slept either. He looked at her with cool eyes that froze any anxiety she was feeling. Approaching her, he said, "You'll be fine. You're the rightful leader of Amarak." "Thank you for staying. I want you to promise me, if things go pear-shaped, you'll leave the temple immediately and not engage in a fight." The first rays of sunlight beamed through the glass into the room, silhouetting Cadman and making him look like a dark angel. In her words, he was goddamn beautiful. "It's a simple request. Agree, or I won't take you to the temple." "I can't promise you that, but I still need to go to the temple with you." "Agree, or you'll stay home with a cat. You can't have it all, Cadman." She expected him to chuckle, but he didn't. His eyes grew intense. "There's something I need to tell you." "Does it have to be today?" He gazed into her eyes. "Yes, and it has to be now." She nodded. "One of the things on my agenda is to acquire Amarak, obtain the Scorpio key, and place it in a secure place." She stared at him. "Safer than where it currently is, in a secret temple of which nobody knows the exact location? Safer than the key making an appearance only once in a century? Where would this secure place that you're talking about be?" "I can't tell you." "Well, if you can prove that it is indeed safer for the key to be here than in the temple, let's do it." He stared at her. "That's it? You agree?" She arched an eyebrow. "Why not? You obviously have more resources than the hundreds of Amarak branches combined. Why shouldn't I accept your offer? I don't have Pukak's spiritual appreciation, but I take his words seriously regarding the safety of this world and how the Scorpio key keeps it secure from the invasion of evil. That's his legacy, and I will protect it, whatever it takes." "You're a good woman, Alina." "It's too soon to draw a conclusion like that, Cadman." She paused. "What are your other agendas?" "What?" "You said this is one of the things on your agenda. What are the rest?" He chuckled. "Well, they're not important." She shrugged. "All right, then. Let's go." The temple door slid open. Her stomach quivered, and her anxiety was intensifying by the second. Following her were Cadman and Tomkin. She knew she could rely on Cadman in chaotic situations, but she had seen Tomkin countless times in different situations, and he simply turned into a mess. More than 100 leaders followed her inside. She knew they had many questions for her, but the timing wasn't appropriate, so they held their silence. It worked in her favor, and she was relieved. It was ice cold inside the temple. Pukak had warned her about this. The temple was made of ice, and the artificial lake in the center of the temple where the key was kept frozen came from a sacred mountain. The frozen water of the lake kept the air in the temple at a frigid temperature.
"Where's Pukak?"
Tomkin asked for the second time. Cadman urged him to remain silent, and Alina pretended not to hear his question. They approached the lake, and the chill intensified. The leaders climbed onto raised platforms around the lake. The 50-foot-tall domed ceilings kept the cold air in. It felt as if they were in a freezer. Alina looked at the frozen lake. She knew that under the icy surface was the key. She approached the lake and stepped onto the raised platform in the center of the crowd. "Welcome, everyone," she said, "and thank you for attending this summoning trial. For those who don't know, my name is Alina McCabe. I am Pukak's protege. It is with my deepest sorrow that I inform you Pukak passed away last night, due to natural causes. He went peacefully, and he expressed his appreciation for your long-time support of Amarak. He would also appreciate your continuing support under my leadership in the future. The room hummed with murmurs. Alina removed her jacket, revealing her arm with a leadership seal.
But you're not a mage,
a male voice cried from a corner of the room. Alina turned in his direction. I am Pukak's protege. You don't think he would have given me the light a long time ago?
He told me he was concerned that you're not a mage. He worried he'd die without having a successor. He said that to me just last month,
a woman at her right said. I doubt he discussed that with anyone, Alina replied.
You don't want us to think you killed him for this leadership post,
someone else said.
That's a ridiculous accusation,
Tompkins said. She felt Cadman tugging at her elbow as the room exploded with debates, arguments, and conversations. Everyone spoke at the same time, and all of them wanted to be heard. She had special power now, but Alina knew she hadn't yet had a chance to learn and understand her power, let alone use it. If several senior members of the tribe decided to attack her at the same time, she would be doomed. Chapter 32. Alina had to reveal her talent and control the situation, or she would never gain respect from these older leaders, Cadman thought. As much as he wanted to help her, he knew if she didn't act, his involvement would only make things worse. Do you want to challenge my leadership by combat? She asked. The room quieted down instantly.
I'll take her,
a male voice responded. A formidable man stepped out from a corner. Before Alina could respond, the man attacked her. Every mage had a different talent, but all the talents centered around light energy. Cadman could see the light energy emanating from the man. As he moved, the light haloed around him. He didn't pull a weapon, but the tenacity in his eyes made Cadman realize that whatever he had planned would be lethal for Alina. He didn't know yet what Alina's power was, so he stood still and waited. In the worst-case scenario, he was prepared to jump in. As the man came closer, Cadman switched his Yud key on in full. Alina's expression didn't waver a fraction. The man came closer, almost closing the distance between himself and the platform where Alina, Tompkin, and Cadman were standing. Alina waited. Then she raised her left arm, the one with a leadership seal on the forearm. She made a fist and pushed it through the air. A bolt of light energy emerged from her fist, striking the man like a missile. He was thrown backward like a rag doll and skidded on his backside across the icy floor. His body stopped at the far side of the room, and he lay on the floor, motionless. Anyone else? Alina asked.
Yes!
3 men cried in unison, running out from the crowd. The trio looked like giant triplets, old men with long white hair, wearing long black cloaks. Alina charged down the platform in anticipation. A ring of light approached, surrounding her. She raised her arms to grab the ring and started swinging it. The light now looked like a glowing rope with balls of light at both ends. She swung the rope so fast the light looked like a curtain protecting her. When the trio came closer, she changed the path of the swing, and the rope reached out like a snake, hitting the trio, one by one, across their foreheads. They passed out on the floor before they had a chance to realize what had hit them. She withdrew the light. Anyone else? She challenged. Silence. All right. If there are no more objections to my leadership, as part of this trial ceremony, I'll show you all I am a genuine protege and Pukak's leader by his wishes. She approached the lake and stepped onto the frozen surface. Feeling the ice was solid, she walked to the middle of the lake. Then she turned and faced the crowd. We all know what's underneath this icy surface. It is our duty to protect the Scorpio Key. It is Pukak's legacy, and I swear with my life to protect it. She crouched and placed her right palm on the ice. Underneath the ice, something glowed a blinding white. Leaders of Amarak, I present to you the Scorpio Key. The key will surface during the summoning ceremony, and you will be able to see the full scope of its magnificence. As for now, rest assured, the key is safe and sound and is under our protection. The light bounced off the ice and reflected into Alina's face. She looked magnificent, Cadman thought. Was that something mages had in common? Sedna had the same aura when she fought. He shook the thought from his head, deeming it inappropriate to compare his wife with Alina. As the crowd gasped, Cadman knew she had gained the leader's respect. She had earned her leadership. He felt a movement at his side. Tomkin came from behind him and jumped onto the icy lake. He brandished a knife and stabbed him in the abdomen. Then he pulled down his outer layer of skin to reveal a metal body underneath.
Nobody move,
Tomkin said.
I'd suggest you all listen to me. I don't want to have to kill you.
He turned to look at Cadman.
You think I didn't know you scanned me with your primitive technology? I gave you the signal you wanted to see, he chuckled.
What are you? Alina asked and started to withdraw the light.
I told you not to move.
Tomkin knocked on his metal body, and it made a hollow clanking sound.
I'm not a creature. I'm a weapon. Your magic can't kill me, Alina. And unfortunately, I was sent to blow up this place, along with the Scorpio Key and Pukak. He shrugged. Pukak has died, but you can easily take his place, Alina.
As Tomkin turned toward her, Cadman blasted a heat wave at him. But Tomkin was a robot at a much more advanced level than the technology from Cadman's era. His heat wave had no effect. Tomkin turned toward him.
It's your fault,
Tomkin said to Cadman, and he looked as if he was going to blow up the entire temple. Chapter 33. She grinned. The Thunder Child couldn't help but giggle. She had found the way to cut the bloodstone. She used the compound the teacher had taught her to soften the stone. She had spent days in the woods, high up in the mountains, searching for the rare flower pieces in the ingredient list. Then she processed the flowers carefully. It had taken her a long time to make the compound, only because she didn't have the tools the Keymaster did. She had a theory. The ice had been created from the Scorpion King's blood. It was not an ordinary stone. He would need to soften the stone first, using the blood of an innocent. The Keymaster didn't take her suggestion seriously, and he didn't like her theory either. So it wouldn't surprise her if he was never able to finish the key. The Keymaster had spent a long time carving the bloodstone to make the Scorpio Key, only to see the stone heal itself and return to its original form. There had been countless failed attempts, so many that she had lost interest in discussing the making of the Scorpio Key with him. Or maybe it was the Keymaster who had stopped talking to her. He got like that when he ran into tough clients for whom he couldn't produce the key they wanted, or for those he didn't want to make a key for. In any case, he didn't take failing well when it came to his key-making business. And so she had talked to the teacher to discover ways to solve the keymaster's problem. Taking advantage of an opportunity when he was away for a short period of time, Thunderchild collected enough material to make the compound, soften the key, and carve the stone herself. She smiled again, seeing the compound absorbed into the bloodstone, and watching the stone sizzle and begin to separate, even before her knife cut through it. Cadman had no choice but to send in his mind blade and cut a gap in the icy surface of the lake beneath Tompkins' feet. He didn't know whether it would work. His mind blade normally worked on a larger scale. He could cut a high-rise in half, for example, but the space in the temple wasn't ideal. He didn't know if he would be able to operate effectively in such a small area. As he expected, the ice cracked, but not enough for Tompkin to fall through. To ensure Tompkin fell without discharging himself as a bomb, Cadman jumped over to him, landing as heavily as he could on the ice. He broke a hole through the ice and dragged Tompkin down with him. "Keep the light on," he said to Alina on his way down. He didn't know much about the Amarak Mage tribe. He wasn't sure all Mage tribes used their power in the same way. But Sedna had told him that mages couldn't use their warm light effectively underwater, so he was sure nobody would be able, or willing, to come down here to give him assistance in dealing with this robot. He thought it might be the same with his light energy. His newly acquired heat wave talent would most likely not be effective underwater. This fight between him and the advanced robot would have to be one of sheer muscle strength. Underneath the ice water, Cadman saw a magnificent 50-foot-tall ice pillar. Inside the ice was the blood-red statue of a scorpion. It stood, encased in ice, staring at him. That was the real Scorpio key. Now he knew that what he and Sedna had obtained years ago was not the real thing. It looked nothing like this key. The ice-encrusted scorpion looked like it was bleeding. A stream of red liquid ran from the statue, through the ice, and then into the water. In the water, it dissolved into red bubbles and faded away. The combination of glowing ice, red stone, and bubbling red liquid made the scene both eerie and magnificent at the same time. Tompkin was mesmerized for a moment by the scale of the ice pillar and the sight of the Scorpio key. Then he shook himself back to reality. He turned, looked at Cadman, and smirked. Before he could act, however, Cadman swam over, pulled out a knife, and jabbed it into Tompkin. He didn't know magic, but he knew robots and technology. He knew how to turn machines on and off, regardless of how advanced the technology was. At the nape of the robot's neck, a critical switch snapped under the force of Cadman's knife. Tompkin turned and grabbed for him. Cadman's Yude key was on in full, so he was extremely careful not to let Tompkin anywhere near his chest. A strike on the chest would be fatal for him. He had to defend his fatal Yude key point at all costs. They struggled under the water. Even though he'd already had one critical switch destroyed, Tompkin was still strong. Cadman managed to connect a few strategic hits to non-fatal parts of Tompkin's body. He swung his knife again and struck the robot in the heart area. No effect. This robot model was more advanced than he thought. Having a critical switch there would be much too obvious. Tompkin kicked Cadman, sending him to the bottom of the lake. Cadman opened his mouth in surprise, swallowing a mouthful of the icy water. He glanced up to the surface and saw some of the leaders gathered around the hole in the surface of the frozen lake. They were there to help, he thought. Alina still kept the light steady for him. He was running out of air. Apparently, having a superpower didn't give him any advantage in breathing underwater. It dawned on him that Tompkin, as a robot, didn't need to breathe. As if the robot could read his mind, it swam over and grabbed him as he tried to swim to the surface. Cadman stabbed Tompkin a few more times, but it didn't help much because none of the attacks seemed to hit the critical switch of the robot. Tompkin dragged Cadman further down into the depths of the lake. Cadman knew he didn't have much time before he drowned. He turned and stabbed Tompkin in the left eye. The robot stopped moving for a brief second. Got it, he thought, and then stabbed the right eye. The robot jerked, paused, and finally stopped moving altogether. It was blindingly unlucky for the robot that its critical switches were in its eyes. Cadman chuckled inwardly as he kicked his way up to the surface. When he was near, a number of hands reached down to help pull him up and out of the lake. His organs were probably ice by that point. He couldn't even speak.
"Lay him down,"
someone said.
"Take him out of here,"
someone else said. He was brought outside the temple.
"He needs some light,"
someone else said. Then Cadman felt Alina's hands on his. "Let me," she said. He switched his Yud key off. It was all he could manage to do. The last time, when Sedna tried to inject him with Mage energy, his body had rejected it. He didn't know what kind of energy Alina had, but he couldn't stop her from giving him the light. His teeth chattered, and his throat was a block of ice. He just closed his eyes and waited. Soon he felt warm energy pouring into his body via her hands. He coughed and spat out some water from his lungs. She patted his back. "Toughen up, soldier," she said, and grinned at him, then helped him sit up. An old leader approached.
"So you're the LeBlanc guy who wants to take over our business?"
Cadman coughed a few times, then chuckled. "I can't get the funds now. Can we talk about that later?" The man grinned.
"Sure. You move pretty well for a paper pusher."
"A what?" He coughed a few more times.
"Never mind,"
the man muttered.
"Let me know if you need anything."
He looked at Alina.
"This is just the beginning, and I don't think this is a thesis' doing. They're bikers. They're not high-tech. There's no way they would send a robot to kill us."
Plus, a thesis wants to host and protect the Scorpio key just like us. They wouldn't want to destroy it, Alina said. The old leader stood.
"See you in a month. There's going to be a showdown with whatever or whoever it is that sent this robot. I'll send help your way, but be prepared and stay alive. They might want to take us down before the event,"
he said. Together he and all the leaders left. Alina wrapped her arm around Cadman's waist to help him up. "Come on, Alina. I can walk myself." "Well, you should have seen yourself 5 minutes ago." She smiled and let him walk on his way. Alina secured the temple door, and the two of them headed back to her place in the city. Cadman turned to look at the temple one more time as they walked away. He wasn't a psychic, but he felt the old mage was right. This was just the beginning. He hadn't planned on all this when he came to Earth. He didn't plan to be involved, to any extent, with the mage business. He had come here to accomplish only 2 things. 1, he wanted to locate the real Scorpio key, and 2, he wanted to send someone back in time to swap the real key with the key in the past so that Sedna didn't have to die. He had achieved neither of his goals. He had violated the fundamental combat principle his father had taught him. Avoid fighting while weaknesses are exposed. Humans and magical creatures were too complicated for him to deal with, and they had exposed his multiple weaknesses. Chapter 34. Cadman sat on the sofa, glaring at Lazy. The cat walked around him, eyeing him up and down, his tail repeatedly swooshing left and right. He liked cats, but this huge gray cat didn't seem to like him at all.
Is he angry about something? Am I stealing his couch? He asked when Alina came back from a round of security checks around the house.
There's no way you're sleeping on the couch, Cadman. You take the bedroom, and I'll fix up the training room for myself.
No, that's not right. I'll stay in the trading room.
He stood up, but his legs failed him, and he flopped back down. It became increasingly difficult to breathe, and it felt as if his lungs were swelling. His mind was growing numb, and he shook his head to clear it. Fatigue took over his body with incredible force and speed. You don't look like you could fight even the cat for the couch. Alina looked at him closely. I'm taking you to the medical center. She hauled him up. He stood for a few seconds, then dropped back down again.
Let me sit here for a bit,
he said with difficulty, and started coughing. Alina said something, but he couldn't quite hear her. There was a loud bang at the front of the house. Alina rushed out to check.
What's going on?
Cadman mentally retraced his steps, starting with the fight at the lake and the temple. He could remember no injuries. Figuring he must have some internal wounds, he switched on his Yude key to help heal himself. Whatever it was should be a minor injury. He'd be able to fix the problem quickly. He had done it countless times before. His Yude key wouldn't switch on.
Don't panic,
he thought, and tried again. Nothing. This had happened once before when Sedna had kicked him in the chest, close to his critical point, when his Yude key was on. In that case, his power was cut off, and he'd almost died. But he had been extra cautious during the fight with Tomkin. He hadn't let the robot near his chest, and he had no physical wounds at all. Then it dawned on him. He recalled that each time Tomkin hit him, he had gulped some of the lake water. When he tried to resurface, without success, and was running out of breath, he had coughed and breathed the water into his lungs. He didn't know what the Scorpio key was made of, but he knew it was ancient. It had been made way back at the beginning of time. He didn't want to think about what might have been living and growing inside the red statue all that time, and then leaking out into the water in that bubbling red liquid. The same liquid he had breathed in and taken into his body. Maybe it contained a substance, or even a living creature, that his Udasian body couldn't handle. He realized that the critical point on his chest had been attacked from the inside. In the ice water, the viruses and bacteria that Leanne had warned him about had penetrated his system and attacked his fatal Yude key point from inside his chest. He had been totally ignorant of that possibility. The non-responsiveness of his Yude key now confirmed his theory. He could feel darkness invading his mind, and he knew he wouldn't remain lucid for long. There was a commotion at the front. He looked outside to see Alina battling a handful of fighters. He couldn't tell how many fighters there were, or whether Alina had the situation under control. He shook his head to clear his fuzzy mind, then went back to the sofa. Every movement he made was like trying to move a mountain. He knew he would die shortly, and right now, his top priority was protecting his wrist unit from falling into an adversary's hands. He turned on the holocast. Lorcan looked at him from the screen.
I've been trying to tell you, Cadman.
He paused.
You look horrid.
I don't have time to chat, Uncle Lorcan. I've been attacked at my fatal Utkey point, when it was on, by some kind of virus or bacteria. A round of coughing stopped his speech. When he came back on, Auntie Orla was right next to his uncle. Tears gleamed in her eyes. She was about to say something, but he gestured for silence. It's my fault I'm going to die. There's no remedy for this. Could you please tell my parents I'm sorry? And tell my sisters I'm proud of them and love them. I still can't accept Sedna's death. But if I die now, and I can be with her, wherever she is, please tell my family I died a happy man. He cut off the holocast and blocked it from further calls and traces. He pulled out his gun and shattered his wrist unit, his only connection with Udays, into hundreds of untraceable pieces. Then he collapsed onto the sofa and blacked out. Chapter 35. Alina struck down the last fighter in her front yard and then dragged all of the bodies to the sidewalk. You're public waste, she told the dead men, and returned to the living room. In the living room, Lazy sat on the sofa hissing crazily. Cadman lay on the sofa unconscious. Cadman, she rushed over and shook his shoulders. He was cold as ice. She held his hands and injected her light energy into him as she had done before. A force erupted from him that threw her backward against the far wall. She almost blacked out from the strength of the hit. She was glad she had a hard head. She scrambled back up and raced to the bedroom to grab some blankets. She wrapped him up. He was still breathing. Barely. Cadman, answer me. You're pissing me off. She felt a warm rush over her skin. A beam of light appeared in the middle of the room. She pointed the gun at two human shapes that started to materialize. She would have shot them had they not given her a gesture of peace. They completely materialized into a beautiful young human couple. The woman rushed out of the light beam and darted toward Cadman. Stop! Don't touch him, or I'll shoot! Alina shouted. Don't shoot! I'm Lorcan, and that's my wife Orla. Cadman called us uncle and auntie. We're not blood related, but we're really close. He called us just a few minutes ago to give his last words to his family before he died. We just want to take him home. What? No, he's not dead. But he's dying, Lorcan said. In case you don't know, we're from another universe. Cadman has supernatural power, but he has a weak point on his chest. He said it was attacked by a virus in the lake, and that it's fatal. I can fix him, Orla said. Tears rolled down her face, and her eyes were red. No, Orla, no. I know he wouldn't allow you to do that. If you use dark magic on him, he'll resent you for the rest of his life. Surviving with dark magic is better than being dead. You're a living example, Lorcan. It was different back then, Orla. Remember the price we paid for using dark magic? You don't want that for him. I don't want him dead either. Before I brought you here, you promised me you wouldn't do anything drastic, Orla. If I didn't tell you that, would you have taken me with you? Did you think I just wanted to come here to collect his body? Do you really think that, Lorcan? Save your domestic disputes for home. He's not dead yet. You are in my home, and he is my guest. Now get away from him, or I will shoot you. Alina brandished her gun. Lorcan pulled Orla away from Cadman.
We just want to bring him home. He has a mother and a father, and 2 sisters. They deserve to know where he is, and what happened.
Let me repeat. He's my guest. He's not dead, and I didn't invite you into my home. Now go. Orla looked at her. She had never seen a woman so beautiful and exotically mysterious. I'm a sorceress. I can bring him back now. Please, let me. Using dark magic? I wouldn't want that if I were him, Alina said. Orla shook her head. But you hardly know him. His wife was a mage. He is open to magic. Where is she then? If she's a mage, why isn't she doing anything for him? She died, Orla said. Oh, I'm sorry.
Cadman might be open to magical creatures, because Sedna is a mage, but he was never open to sorcery, Lorcan said.
I'll fix him. Please go. You're wasting my time, Alina said. How will you fix him? Orla asked. Not with sorcery. That's all you need to know. Are you a mage? Orla asked. No, but I know what I'm doing. Now you really need to go. There's one thing I cannot do. I can't bring him back from death.
If you turned him into something other than what he is now, his family might object to it, Lorcan said. My name is Alina McCabe. I am the leader of Amarak. I will save his life, and will use whatever means I deem acceptable and necessary. If his family has any objections, you know where to find me. She fired into the wall next to where Orla stood. Now please go, before I cause some real damage. If you can't save him, and he dies, we reserve the right to take his body back home. He won't be buried on Earth.
We aren't burying anyone here. Trust me. Lorcan and Orla withdrew to the light beam, and they, along with the beam, vanished. Chapter 36. Alina darted back to Cadman. His body had grown colder, and his lips had turned purple. She stroked his forehead, brushing a stray lock of hair aside. You can hate me for doing this, Cadman, but you'll have to be alive to do so. Lazy walked back and forth, hissing again. His fur stood on end as if jolted by an electric current. Alina looked at the cat. Is the teacher here? She asked. I guess that's a yes from you. She held Cadman's hand and squeezed it lightly. She knew he would feel her presence. Then she said, Teacher, I'm calling you. You gave me one privilege. I'm taking it now. Please come to me. The light in the room darkened a shade, and then the teacher's voice, distant, said,
I've been watching you. I know what you want to do.
Then please save him, teacher.
He has to give consent, just the way you did when I saved you from the car crash.
He is in no condition to consent to anything right now, but I am giving consent on his behalf.
It doesn't work that way, Alina. I don't do anything for nothing. If I save him, and he then says he never asked for the privilege, it won't be good for me. I must profit from each soul I trade,
Take my soul. Take it as my trade. This privilege will be my debt to you. You can call on me for anything in the future.
Are you sure about this?
He doesn't have much time left. He fought for the Mage tribe at the temple, and he saved me when we were complete strangers.
You are still strangers now. Do you really know him at all? Do you know his family other than by reputation?
He is a compassionate man. I'm sure it will be worthwhile for you to do this. Please.
He might object to what he will become for the second chance at life. He might not like the creature I turn him into. This action cannot be reversed.
Do you know what you'll turn him into?
No, not yet. It depends on his make and his willingness to accept the new form. Given that he can't demonstrate his willingness, I'll take your word instead. What do you think he would want to be turned into?
I don't even know what you have made me. If I'm allowed to make a request for him, can you make him into the same kind of creature you've made me?
You're a very special kind of shapeshifter, Alina. He certainly has the make for it. But do you think he would want that?
Anything is better than death, teacher.
Okay. But do you know how strong he is? He's even stronger than you are. You're saving him and facing a lifetime of debt for him. But if later on, you and he part ways for any reason, and you're on opposing sides, you will lose to him in battle.
I'll kill him before he has a chance to become my opponent, teacher.
That's my student. I knew you were the right one when I chose you. Now turn around and close your eyes.
She obeyed. She felt a warmth on her skin and heard the gentle sound of chanting in the distance, as if echoing in from the darkness. But she knew her teacher never used dark magic. It was the right decision. She was sure of it. The chanting subsided.
It's done. Remember, you owe me for this one, Alina.
Then the light vanished. Alina turned around and saw Lazy staring at her. What? The cat said nothing, which didn't surprise her. He stood up on all fours, sauntered over to the sofa, jumped up, and started licking Cadman's face. Cadman winced.
Get that rough tongue away from my face.
She rushed over and sat on the sofa next to him. Hey, stranger.
What happened?
He asked. You tell me. He sat up.
We fought at the temple. I went to the lake. It was cold beyond imagination. I terminated the robot Tompkin. Then
what? You don't remember?
Then it was cold.
You said that. He squeezed his temples. All right. Let me help. The old leaders provided the energy to warm you up because you were nearly frozen. Then you passed out. I took you home.
You took me home? You mean you carried me?
Yeah, on my shoulders. I'm very strong. Want to try me? She stood, patting her shoulders and tilting her body as if she could carry him piggyback. He laughed.
No way.
She smiled. We called a cab, of course, you silly. You slept for a while. Are you feeling okay?
Yes, perfect, actually.
So what will happen next month?
We organize the real deal at the temple?
Yes, but we have to be careful. The older leaders think a thesis isn't likely to send robots. So in that case, we're dealing with an unknown enemy. Cadman nodded. I told you I met Nathan. He didn't look like the kind of guy who would use robots. But he didn't look like he was into spooky elusive matter either.
What do you mean by that?
Well, things like magic and magical creatures. I don't do well with paranormal things. I can handle technology, but when it comes to vampires, werewolves, and angels, I'm at a loss.
But you wanted to take over a Mage operating business. I thought you were open to those things.
Well, just because I'm open to them doesn't mean I want to deal with them or approve of the way they operate. My sister is different. She's curious about the paranormal world. She studies it. But not me. She chuckled.
What if I turned you into a werewolf one day?
He laughed. That's not possible. Vampires bite people and turn them into vampires. Same with werewolves, I think.
They do it with consent. Same with mages. You have to give consent to receive the light.
But it's totally unnatural. You're either born to be something or you're not. Turning into something paranormal is off limits for me. Lazy purred and climbed onto Cadman's lap. Why are you suddenly liking me so much, furry buddy? He scratched the cat's neck. It closed its eyes and purred louder.
Traitor. He wanted me to do that for him yesterday, Alina said and stood. I'm starving. I'm going to grab something to eat.
Yes, please. I feel like meat. Something raw. He shook his head. I can't believe I just said that. I don't like raw meat. But I'll go with you. He put the cat down on the floor. Let's go, he said, opening the door for her like a gentleman. You never know. I might grow some fangs tomorrow.
Not funny.
What? Now you're sharing my odd feelings about the paranormal?
This has been The Dragon Prince's Guardian, a novel in the Crown of Frost and Fang series, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Catherine Edwards. The next book in the series, The Dragon Crown's Reign, will be just as enjoyable as this one. Please support our work by subscribing to the channel and liking the video. It only takes a second to do, but it means a lot to us. Until we see you in The Dragon Crown's Reign, thank you for listening.